touching Judit with all the pieces, and then they are ready. But of course, for Magnus, it was also difficult to prepare. It's so difficult to prepare against Rapport, because he can practically start with c4, d4, e4, knight f3, and maybe b3, f4. I mean, he can come up with all kind of moves depending on his mood. And of course, on the other side, for Magnus also, it's extremely difficult to prepare. Okay, should you spend hours of preparation, some main lines which you might be afraid or worried or whatever, to memorize some lines, or should you just go with the flow and you just repeat some of the few lines and spend an hour on it, and then you say, okay, I just have to be focused and play well simply at the board.
Yeah, the game that I'm referring to, actually, Richard started with knight f3, Magnus responds with d5, and then of course Richard answered with b3. So already the game took an unusual twist. So now it's Magnus's turn to think.
Maybe we go to the other boards, because things are really getting fast over there. Here maybe Magnus will think for a few minutes. Let's see Aryan Tari against Jan Nepomniachtchi. What do you think?
Yep.
It started out with a Najdorf, and I see that in move 6, Tari played a4. It's more of a solid line. Of course, the sharpest line is bishop g5, but this is not what Tari chose, and he played a4. In this position, I've played all the possible moves, I think, with white in my career. a4, and Nepo played e5. Knight f3. Knight f3 is always the more solid way of reacting than knight b3. After knight b3, of course, bishop e6, and that's how it goes. But knight f3 is always going for the very solid way, and the idea is bishop g5, which was just played. The main idea for white to exchange the bishop for the knight, and then to create and occupy this d5 square with the white knight, and then to play extremely solid. So I see it's very interesting that Tari's strategy is very clear in this tournament, that he wants to be playing solid, not sharpen things out too much, and he wants to provoke the opponent.
Yes.
I'm weaker, so maybe you want to crush me, then I have a solid position, come.
I play like that.
Because it's a big question for the opponent, right?
Yeah.
There's a huge rating difference. Also now we see 150 rating difference between Nepomniachtchi and Tari, right? So you might say that, okay, black should win easily. Some people who are not chess players and they don't follow chess so much, they say, okay, there's such a huge difference that there is no way that it can be a battle. But in reality, it's not exactly that way, because it depends on the opening, on the structure, the fighting spirit of black also. For example, Karpov was always a player, he was not making a big deal out of it. He was ready to make a draw with a much lower rated player. He said, okay, if you want to draw so much, fine. Okay, next game I'm white, I win.
Yes.
That was his strategy. And I remember I played my first game against Karpov when I was 16 in Spain. And he didn't put any effort. In the Caro-Kann, we just repeated moves. He said, okay, well.
Okay, yeah. But this is maybe easier to do in a tournament like a round robin, right? I mean, in a big open, you have to have a little bit more cutthroat repertoire.
Yeah.
And we do have some few moves. Black put the bishop out to e6, and it was just like you said, bishop takes knight happened, and it's all about the control over the d5 square. The knight jumps in, and now this next move, according to my database, is slightly unusual.
Knight c6?
Knight c6, not so many games, but I did notice that Vladimir Kramnik lost with the white pieces against Alexander Grishuk very recently in a blitz match. So I thought,
okay, blitz is blitz, right? And actually Kramnik already retired a few years ago, so he's not even so active anymore, which his strength was, of course, always theory. But in this position, there are not much theory. It's more about understanding the position, the structure, and the plans, and so on and so forth. So in this position, white played bishop c4 because he definitely wants to control as much as possible the d5 square and support it with his bishop. Black played knight e7. It does not look anything special with white, to be honest, for me.
Yeah.
Well, now knight f6
what about knight? Knight
is not something that white would be going, because let's say if bishop takes also, this looks kind of a very funny pawn structure.
But it controls a lot of squares.
I mean, that I light it up with blue, it looks like a Tetris game.
True that.
Okay, but these will not drop as in Tetris when it comes down. But actually, it's a very, very strong pawn structure because there is no weakness of black after white took on e6, right? And black wants to go d5 sometimes, so it's just fine.
And there's not enough minor pieces just to...
And if white does not take on e6, but let's say he plays queen e2 or something, then black can go try to force white to capture on e6 by playing rook c8. And black is pretty active. The black king still did not castle. It might go to short castle, but it can also stay there, which can be quite fine. So after bishop e6, Tari is thinking what to do in this position. So the best thing would be probably for him somehow to play queen d3 and keep the knight on d5. In these cases, usually black can go rook c8, for example, and sometimes to go rook c5 later on. So somehow to exchange the knight on d5, that white pawn has to be taking on back on d5. This would be the dream for black. For white, the dream is that this is not allowed for black, and somehow to keep the d5 square in some way or another, but definitely cannot take back with the pawn, because that would be a huge positional mistake.
Right. You've always got to occupy those outposts with pieces, is a rule that I picked up when I was quite young.
Yes, but well, this is why the Sveshnikov kind of positions, and this is a little bit kind of Sveshnikov, but all these Sicilians, when you play e5 with the black side, it is always about the d5 square, so everything is about that. And but at the same time, it's only one weakness in the position of black. So usually you have to have more weaknesses in order to get problems. And but of course, Nepo is a very interesting and creative player. So he's definitely not playing this game just to equalize and make a draw. He just plays an interesting game. That's what his goal. Long game, put some challenges to Tari. For the moment, I feel that white did not achieve much.
Yeah.
It's a pretty balanced position.
It's a balanced position, I would say, and still early days. So shall we move on to the game between Alireza Firouzja and Sergei Karyakin?
Yes, let's see how they started out. e4, e5, no surprise in the first move. Knight c6, bishop c4. So Italian again, bishop c5, c3, knight f6, d3, short castle, castle, d5. It's interesting that I never played with either of color, the Italian, somehow. I always played 3 bishop b5 with white pieces. Knight d5, rook e1. I don't know how we're doing with games where this novelty is going to be happening, but after rook e1, bishop g4, pinning the knight, a4. So the quick idea is definitely to go with b4 and to gain space on the queen side.
We're still in territory, known territory, just not such a popular move there with a4. It's much more popular to ask the question to the bishop and play h3 or knight d2.
h3 or knight d2. Well, those are of course very natural moves. But it happened after a4, a5 in the game. So a4, a5, and only after that white played h3. Black went away, bishop h5.
Yeah, and so now we're back.
Yeah, actually it's a pawn sacrifice, kind of, but white cannot take the pawn because if he would want to be extremely greedy, I think, I don't know if bishop f2 wins or... Was there any game on this?
There has been a game. And after rook takes e5, bishop takes f2 has been analysed.
So I don't know what is this. So if rook e5, bishop f2, king f2.
King f2 and then...
And queen f6, queen f3.
Yep, it's been analysed, and that was as far as they got. Bishop takes knight, the end.
It seems that probably it should be okay for white.
It looks like it should be fine. It's only a queen that's going to be attacking the white king.
Well, the rook might come immediately to e8.
That's true.
I mean, I always like also the options to play rook a6. Look how nice it could be.
Well, I like
but
your
bishop
rook
f4.
Yeah, bishop f4. I liked your rook e8. It was quite a neat move with the idea of queen going to e1
But we
check.
have very fast moves happening here. So after bishop h5, of course, g4, and that's basically a provocation from black side. Of course, white did not play g4 and went knight bd2, developing. And black played knight b6, and white moved away bishop b3. So let's see what happens if queen takes d3.
Okay. Now I'm wondering whether this is preparation. I mean, it absolutely is.
Well, Sergei is sitting there. That
Thinking,
something
yes.
new for him.
Okay. So,
Let's see
only
why.
3 games on my database.
Did anybody take on d3?
Let's have a look. Yes, some people got greedy.
So is it bishop d2 or knight e5?
So Tigran Garamian, he was playing against Olaf Sepp in the European Team Championships, and he actually just took the pawn on e5.
Yeah, this is the question. If takes knight e5, bishop d1, knight d3, bishop takes b3.
Knight takes
c5.
He took the bishop on b3.
On b3. Yeah, this is a question. Probably it's better to take, but after knight c5, that's why I asked it, because also the b7 is attacked,
hanging,
but
yeah.
probably bishop c2, and it's nothing special for white. If after bishop b3, knight takes b3, bishop goes away to d6, knight c5, for example, can be unpleasant, putting pressure already on the b7 pawn. I don't see immediately why is it a huge deal, but it can be unpleasant for black. So let's see after knight e5. If knight takes e5, then white just captures
Queen takes bishop, yeah.
bishop. This can be a bigger advantage because white has the pair of bishops. Knight is going to come to e4 quickly, and after that even possibly to g5. Okay, so it seems queen d3 is not so good. So after bishop b3, black has to decide what to do. But white can be extremely fast, you know, because next move is definitely going to be knight e4 with the tempo. So black has to be careful with his e5 pawn.
Okay, and so let's just, I'm not an e4 player, so I don't know
Let's
the
say
theory
bishop
so
e7,
well.
I go knight e4. And it seems to be a very nice position for white. Of course, black wants to go f5, let's say, king h8.
Yeah.
Then, for example, I think knight g3 is already possible. So if the bishop goes back, knight e5,
Knight takes
takes,
knight.
takes.
And you can't
It
capture
seems
on
like a
d3.
pawn up, because you cannot capture on d3 because of rook e7.
Yep.
So it is a very tricky opening position right now already, the way Alireza played.
Yeah. Well, there you can see Sergei Karyakin. He's deep in thought and he's pondering that. And we should probably check on Richard Rapport against Magnus Carlsen.
Very interesting.
Because
look what happened. It's a King's Indian with a very strange kind of move order. After knight f3, knight f6, white played c4, which is very interesting in chess. And I had one of the biggest challenge when I played with the black pieces and I was playing against D4, C4, knight f3 players, that many times they really, in reality, they wanted to reach some position, but they wanted to avoid some lines.
Yeah.
And this is why, for example, I don't know what was Rapport avoiding with d4, maybe, I don't know, Nimzo or whatever. But with this different kind of move order, that after c4, when already Magnus played g6, he went knight c3, not d4, because after d4 probably g5, or I don't know what he had in, maybe this is what he wanted to avoid. So he goes knight c3, and if there is d5, there is this line, well, sorry, complicated, whatever, queen a4 or queen b3, but it's not a Grunfeld, right?
Yes.
It's kind of a different line. And then he goes bishop g7, and after bishop g7, of course, not d4, because after d4, d5 is possible, so he does not want to go here, but he goes e4, stopping all this opportunity for black to play d5. And then Magnus found himself in a King's Indian, because after d6, he went already d4, castle. And I don't know, to be honest, if any of the players thought before the game started that it might end up in a King's Indian basic position. This is, so now there are many different moves. Of course, if Rapport would have been completely prepared, he would flesh out the move here, because you don't think in this position, you think, okay, I'm going to play whatever, well, bishop e2 is the main line, but of course you can go the move h3, not so many alternatives though, but h3, bishop e2, I don't know if bishop g5 here is possible, but mainly it's h3 and bishop e2.
Yeah, bishop e2, h3, bishop e3, lots of moves. And
yes, I'm curious which direction
I'm also curious as well, because I suspect that this was a calculated risk by Magnus, that he deliberately went into the King's Indian, knowing that he's probably just a touch more familiar with the resulting positions than Richard.
Well, we'll see, because it can get extremely sharp, of course. If you think about it, if he goes with bishop e2, then it's e5, then castle, or now d5 is a move, bishop e3 a move, bishop g5, castle. So there are plenty of opportunities for white. And as I said, let's see what he played, bishop e2, so we go according to the classical way.
Right. And I remember there was a game on the Champions Chess Tour. I think Magnus was facing off against Wesley, and Magnus played the King's Indian, and he was getting ready for that fight. And when e5 came, the pawn took pawn. No fight today. And actually, Magnus was slightly in trouble. So I don't consider it a success. And I think Magnus also revealed in the interview that, yeah, he completely forgot that this was a possibility, that white can shut down the game if necessary.
Actually, it's interesting about d takes e5, that when I was a kid and I started to play the King's Indian with the black side, and I really liked to have the queens on. So, but of course there is this line d takes e5, just capturing the queen on d8, takes, bishop g5, and what do we play, knight d7 or something, or rook e8. So okay, this is equalish. It's not, I cannot say that it's drawish, but it's completely equalish. And I just simply did not understand that, how possible that that against Kasparov practically nobody played it. They all went into the sharp main lines and lost one game after another against Gary in a very nice style. So that was also part of the lessons I learned how to play the King's Indian. But really, I mean, if d takes e5, then Gary wouldn't be able to give checkmate so many times, or in my case also. And a few players did play d takes e5 against me. But maybe, I would be surprised if...
maybe it's the principle, you know, you feel that if your opponent plays so provocatively, hey...
Yeah, you don't want to show that you chicken out.
Exactly.
Because it's kind of a chicken out move, taking d takes e5.
Exactly. Why do you need to do that? You've got to show them why this is such a bad opening.
Yeah, but in this position, it's a crucial moment from this point of view. Either you play d takes e5, that okay, maybe I get something or nothing and it's draw, or you really go for something sharper.
Okay.
But I have a feeling that And he goes castle. I'm really... okay, but maybe he's just going to play this nasty b4 line, you know? This.
Okay.
This killed me. This killed me. And actually, this was the move when Kramnik started to play it, that also it was very difficult for Kasparov to handle this. Actually, this is what I would vote for, that he's going to go for the 9b4 line. So let's see. Of course, here knight bd7 is another move. I always played the knight c6 system.
So I'll just check and see whether I've had any games of Magnus.
No, Magnus does not seem to be very happy with the position. Raised today.
Well, we'll see.
And it seems like it slows down now. Everybody's thinking.
Okay, so shall we have a quick run through the positions? No,
well, actually,
no change.
Nothing happened in the other two games where we left it there. It's still there.
Oh, so this is the perfect time. So if anyone wants to send us any questions to answer, send us any comments, then you can tweet us by using the hashtag Norway chess. So perfect time.
I think later on, when we are going to get more deeply into the middle game, we should be making a test who will win today. What are going to be the results?
Shall we do a prediction now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, now already? Well, it's a little early, but let's go for the first.
Let's do it.
The opening phase of the guessing game.
So, when it comes to Richard Rapport against Magnus Carlsen, I suspect it's going to be a draw.
Well, I feel like you go to a roulette table and you pick a red or a black.
No, a draw and then a win for Magnus in Armageddon. That's my prediction.
I think it's a draw and Rapport wins in Armageddon.
Oh, game on. No, I mean, Richard was impressive yesterday, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Both players very experienced now in the rapid portion. And what about Aryan Tari against Jan Nepomniachtchi?
Yeah, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. Draw. Draw, and in the Armageddon, we go so far ahead already from the opening. And then Nepo wins in Armageddon.
I suspect that Nepo is going to win in the classical.
In the classical? Okay.
I feel that this position is something that he'll be very, very comfortable with, and he's familiar with how to neutralize White's knight on d5. And then,
here in the Nepo game.
Yeah, in the Nepo game. And you know, he will also have his dynamic pieces.
We'll see.
So we'll see. Okay.
We'll see.
And then finally, Alireza Firouzja against Sergei Karyakin. First of all, do you think he's going to? Do you think Sergei Karyakin is going to take the pawn on d3?
And go to defense minister again.
Yes.
It's not a nice choice already to start it so early, to go to a passive position like that. He's thinking already for 20 minutes. I would think Alireza will win.
Alireza will win. I think it's a draw.
Okay.
And then at Armageddon, I don't know.
We have to keep this record, what we said, right?
Yeah, I remember mine.
Okay.
And either way.
Oh, ED4 was played with Magnus. So he did not want it to go to the sharp direction. Knight takes d4 and rook e8. So now f3 will be the move. Pretty fast, because the e4 pawn is under attack. So now let's see what Magnus is up to. Is it c6 the main line? I think it's c6.
Yeah.
And the idea is to play, well, not d5. d5, but black is still thinking. I think Magnus played this before. E takes d4 systems.
Yes,
Actually,
you're quite right, against Ding Liren in the Chessable Masters final.
Yeah, and actually we have a move between Alireza and Sergei, and he took on d3.
He took on d3.
He took on d3, he got knight takes e5.
And then we will see the bishop takes queen, looks kind of...
Well, the question is, what about queen f5? I forgot about this move. Actually, there are other moves also, suddenly I realize. Queen g3 is also possible.
Okay. So, our producer is letting us know that this is a very well theoretical line. Bishop takes queen, bad. Queen f5 is the good move.
Okay.
And
what about
after
queen g3?
Oh, queen g3. Well, maybe there's knight.
I don't know, probably queen takes h5.
But then bishop takes.
Bishop takes king h1. Bishop e1, bishop f7.
Bishop f7. And then you have to give material back. Rook.
Yeah, because
rook
after
takes,
king h8, knight g6.
Yep, so rook takes bishop.
Takes. King h8. Well, probably white just takes and develops his knight e4, and white is better.
Yeah, looks quite reasonable actually.
Okay, so after knight e5, queen f5.
Then after knight ef3, apparently.
Yeah, it seems like the only move.
And then rook
Rook
ad8.
e8 or rook
Rook
d8.
ad8, yeah. So yeah, we're just getting word that Jordan
No,
Van
but actually
Forest
now I
introduced
like
this a
black's
few years ago.
position.
Hmm?
I thought he has to exchange the queens. But this way, I like it for black.
Okay.
But he took bishop takes d1.
Oh.
He took bishop d1. He decided to go into the endgame, which is not going to be too tactical.
Okay, so let's have a look at the endgame. Okay, so we saw that
Okay.
queen f5 is meant to be the move, but
Yeah, knight d3,
knight d3,
bishop
takes
d3.
bishop takes bishop, and now white has a choice.
He's not going to hesitate too much, I guess. No,
Knight
but
takes-
this is going to be a draw, I think. Seeing it now. You said draw?
According to my little source, says this is not good for black.
This is not good
This
for
is not
black.
good for black, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. But knight b3, right?
Knight b3, and apparently it's an old game between Giri and Hari Krishna, and it's considered to be not the best.
Yeah, I also think that probably it's a little unpleasant for black, but knowing the skill of defense, and knight c5 is taken. Interesting. He did not take knight b3. He took the other bishop.
Okay, so you mentioned bishop c2 here.
Bishop c2 looks normal. So what if white takes on b7?
And
I think black goes knight d7, and the knight can get in trouble.
Yep. Can the white knight escape by? No. Not easy to escape. I was thinking of b4. as
Yeah,
a move.
b4, but I think after b4 takes, and black can take again.
Yeah.
And on bishop a3, black just goes here.
And then we're in for the Armageddon match. Looks like it's a pretty levelish. Okay, so what happens next?
But let's see, because bishop d5 also is a nice square for the bishop in the center.
Yeah.
Knight b7.
But then now...
Also knight d7, I think.
Knight d7 and still... to do. Maybe now there are some... I was thinking about some knight f3 ideas, just to counterattack.
And after rook b8, you want rook d1.
Rook d1. But I guess you just go bishop takes knight and then...
Takes and knight e5.
Rook, and then rook takes
well,
pawn and then knight e5. And we have problems...
Anyway, knight e5.
Yeah, no, yeah, you can... Yeah, that's not good.
I'm not sure. Here maybe white can be better.
But I think the move before that, where you can play knight e5.
Instead of... yeah.
Now knight e5 and then now this...
Although
still there's rook e7. But then now knight g6 and it's all good.
Yeah, this is all good. Okay, so after knight c5, he's going to think for some time probably, Sergei. Let's go what happened with Nepo, because we have two moves since then. So after knight e7, white castled, rook c8 and queen d3. So I'm now curious how black will continue his plan, whether is he going to castle here or
c8,
what he's going to be up to. Well, if now black takes on d5, takes and takes with the knight, so the c2 pawn is hanging, but still I think white would go queen d5 and after rook c2, queen b7.
Queen b7.
But after queen d5, maybe queen b6 can be a move. And attacking, right now both of the pawns are under attack.
But you can't take the pawn on b2 for the time
Well, for the
being.
moment I want to take on c2, and also I can play in the next move to play rook c5 and queen c6 possibly. So I don't know what exactly white has in mind. Or also it's a possibility to take bishop d5 and now queen b6, but after that I believe a5.
Yeah.
And queen
After
b2,
queen b2,
rook
b1, and then the pawn on b7 drops.
Yeah, this would give an advantage for white.
Yep. Just grab the pawn on a6.
Well, okay, d5.
Oh, better pass. But white has an outside pass
But
pawn.
still, and
yeah, and then bishop b7, and then yes, I like this position for white a lot. So the move that you suggested was knight takes knight. Or was it bishop takes? There's bishop takes.
No, I suggested bishop takes.
Bishop takes knight.
Yeah.
Bishop takes bishop, and now knight takes.
Let's say takes and
queen
b6.
takes knight and queen b6. And here I was wondering whether white could play rook a6.
3?
Sorry, rook a3. What's wrong with my coordinates today?
Rook c5, also rook b3.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I don't want to take twice immediately, but maybe castle first.
Yeah, so this is kind of
Let's
critical.
say castle first.
And how is the situation if white's like, I will take the bishop and double the pawns,
Yes, but now you
doesn't
have
like
to
double
take
pawns.
this.
But I was thinking knight d2, try to hold those
But
light
I think
squares.
after knight d2, d5
yeah.
will be unpleasant. Already immediately, or also there's the other way of taking and d5 now.
And d5 now, yeah.
Takes, queen takes d5, and black has absolutely no problems.
Okay. So I was just double checking that with you, because it just, people would be asking at home, hey, why not capture the knight, double the pawns? And okay, so after castles.
Though it's a question that what Nepo wants to do, because I think his aim is to somehow to equalize, or he did already, but to keep the game going. So somehow he does not want to inspire his opponent to simplify the position to make a draw. He wants somehow to go and play on this equalish position.
Yes.
Because just because something is equal, it's not a draw.
Yeah.
You can still highlight the difference between two players if one understands better the inside and outs of a middle game. So that's how Magnus also many times outplays his opponents in a pretty drawish middle game or even end game, because he simply understands the nuances much better than the opponent.
Yeah, I agree. I've noticed that with the top players, it's all a little bit to do with pattern recognition, understanding those pawn structures, like you say, and being able to use the knowledge that they get from, say, like e4, e5 openings, and transfer that over to other type of positions.
Yeah.
And I've been quite amazed, actually, at how they're able just to go, okay, but this is very similar to this. I'm like, oh, okay, yes, now you mention it, yes. And okay, so whilst Nepomniachtchi is considering his move, shall we just take a quick look at the game between Richard Rapport and Magnus Carlsen?
Yes, we had the move after f3, knight c6, which is also, I think, pretty common, right? And Rapport played knight c2.
Yeah.
Because after bishop e3, what is the move? Knight h5? Probably the common move is knight h5, right?
Yeah.
So this is why White goes knight c2, and only later he wants to develop his pieces. Though I think with White, they somehow develop the pieces with queen d2, b3, bishop b2, and knight would be regrouped to e3. So to have a very strong position, very strong setup.
And what do you think of this pawn structure for White?
Well, this is a very powerful pawn structure, having the pawns on e4 and c4, having full control over the d5 square. So it gives a very stable space advantage for White. And Black tries to play later on at some point to play knight h5 and then to play f5. But after knight h5, Black should always consider that White is going to be pushing g4, and Black cannot jump into f4, he has to move back, and after that he will be developing the pieces. And let's say after h5, White just goes h3.
Yeah.
And it can be a difficult position for Black.
Yeah. Can I show you a crazy line? I'm sure you know it, but the knight comes to h5, and you highlighted this is actually the main line, and after g4,
Queen h4?
bishop e5.
Bishop e5.
Bishop e5, and then after pawn takes knight, bishop takes pawn.
Draw.
Draw. The short burst of fireworks, and then
well, they cannot offer a draw under move 30, but they can a repetition of moves.
Somehow I suspect that this is not going to happen at all.
Probably not.
No. And
but after knight h5, g4, bishop e5, what about f4? After that, bishop c3,
it's a move.
I guess.
Yeah, it's definitely a move, and bishop c3
and knight f6. This is the idea. So what do you want to say, that g4 is a bad move?
No, no. I just wanted to show this quite cool line, because there are consequences to pushing forward so aggressively with your king's pawns.
But what to do after bishop e5 then?
So bishop e5, some of the main lines
rook
run
f2?
Rook f2. F4 is also possible. After bishop takes knight, they can take the bishop, but it's much more popular to take the knight. So
it becomes extremely sharp.
Yeah, total crazy stuff. So, but this is the king's Indian. So yeah. This is what you sign up for. So
and what else after g4, bishop e5,
bishop,
if
rook
f2, knight f4, Black controls the black square. So this does not look good for White.
It looks a little bit odd, doesn't it? Rook f2. Let's have a look. Rook f2 and then knight. Ooh, knight f4 has been played.
F4.
And after bishop f1, it does look a little bit shaky for white.
I don't like it with white to allow this
just
knight
allow
on
knight
f4.
to f4.
So after knight h, so maybe knight h5 is possible.
So if the best move is pawn takes knight, then oh.
So bishop e5 is tricky.
Yeah. Cool. This would
Actually,
be a
I
first.
wouldn't be surprised if this would stand on the board and the Rapport would just go into draw and then goes for the Armageddon. It can also happen.
Yeah, maybe it might do. That would be very exciting, though.
And very surprising also in some ways, right? Bishop c3, gh5,
Yeah.
bishop goes back to g7.
So,
And
yeah.
look what we have with the Nepo game. Let's go to the Nepo game until we see a move in the Magnus game. Black did take everything on d5. So after queen d3, took with the knight, bishop, takes, and rook c2. So actually he goes for this.
And we rejected this because we just thought
Because of
queen
queen
takes
b7.
pawn. Yeah, and we said good for white, as they used to say in the old informants.
Actually, I'm surprised that he went to this direction.
Maybe his idea is just to. Maybe he's fancying his chances in Armageddon, in which case you would be totally right and I would be totally wrong. Because I'm just thinking maybe he just wants to go castles and then.
Yeah, but why white is not better here after queen takes a6? White has a great passed pawn on a4, so white can just push. I mean, it seems to be a very nice position for white.
Okay, yeah, so that's.
So I don't know if after queen b7, maybe he wants to go queen c8. I think queen c8 is a better choice.
But then queen takes queen.
And queen takes queen, queen takes, rook takes, and then king d7. And this is actually not so simple because, of course, if the knight from f3 could jump to d5, that would be a completely other story. But this knight from f3 most likely will not be able to reach the square d5. Before that happens, black will be able to break out with d5. So I would think that after queen b7, he goes queen c8.
Okay.
And offers the exchange of queens.
Incidentally, I'm also being told by a producer that Giri recommends something very similar in his chessable Naidov course. But there's a big difference. The white pawn is on b3. And he says just go queen c8 is equal.
Yeah, but in the same position, pawn on b3, it's not a big difference.
No, exactly.
Actually, it can just transpose very easily because white anyway wants to move this pawn, not to leave it behind and somehow to go to b4.
Exactly, yeah.
But what is interesting that after rook c2, Aryan is thinking. And he's not taking and capturing the bishop, the pawn on b7 instantly, but he's hesitating how to continue the game.
Is there a way to sacrifice? And
I don't think he has
get a rook to the seventh row.
I don't think he has a better move than queen takes b7. I mean, white has to be looking after his pawns, right?
And how is the situation if you actually keep the queens on the board? So you go queen takes pawn, and after queen c8, keep the queen on the board.
Well, queen d5, let's say you get queen c6.
You're very persistent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, rook d1 you can try, but it's not...
But you just go queen takes queen,
just
right?
take, and king d7.
King e7.
King e7.
And then...
I mean, the knight is really placed very badly on f3. And the white pawns are extremely weak. And it's not so easy to make a move b4. It's either rook b8 or rook c4.
Yeah, I have an idea. Just because you inspired me with this comment about the knight being really bad. So knight d2. And then king d7. And then king e7. And then king d7. 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 And then...
But I think maybe I just go rook c8.
Domination, huh?
But okay, I take it because that's what you were planning, so I do it your way. Okay, I let you do what you wish, what you had in your plans.
Knight c4.
Usually that's not the way the players are playing, to give the wish of your opponent, right?
We should be so lucky, right? But here I think
okay,
maybe
rook c2,
rook
you
c2.
go knight d6, I go g6.
Yeah. Yeah, nice.
I just can't really imagine that white has... Okay, now maybe you go rook b1, that's an important... So that you want to go to b7, but rook b8.
Yeah.
So this is your problem.
Yeah.
The back rank.
The back rank is the problem, yeah.
And in this position, this is extremely good position to demonstrate how important tempos are in these kind of positions.
Yeah.
Because if, let's say, the pawn would stand on h3, then after rook b1, probably white is slightly better because concrete action on b7, but after rook b8 it's definitely not white who is better. So the back rank is an important problem.
Yeah. And well, Aryan is thinking about his position. I don't see any other moves anywhere else. So we do have a question from A. Almashi who asks, Yasmi, first of all, if I could add or remove a chess rule, what would it be? I think for fun, I might remove the stalemate rule.
Ooh, just to change a little bit, yeah?
Yeah. It would be quite funny, right? Suddenly,
I was always thinking
yeah.
that what about if you take away Zugzwang? I think the game is completely over.
If you took Zugzwang away?
Yeah.
Oh. How could you do that though? How could you... You mean like in shogi where the players aren't allowed to...
Yeah, it's like you can say pass.
Ah, okay. Pass is...
I pass.
Yeah, if you're allowed to pass, gosh, yeah.
Why? In most of the positions,
exactly.
If you make more than one moves, you kill your opponent, right?
Right?
If you can, any of these games, I can make 2 or 3 moves in the head, I win the game, right?
Yeah.
But there are situations when you say pass, I mean, no opposition, no nothing like that
exactly.
would work, right?
You've kind of almost killed all of the king and pawn endings.
Yeah.
Interesting. And
because actually I love Zugzwangs. I even made some very few studies also using Zugzwangs. I love that.
Yeah.
But these small details in the rules of chess, it makes a huge difference.
Yeah, definitely.
Just changes the whole game.
Yeah, definitely. So Almashi actually has a question for you. He says, Judit, what are the chances for Alireza to be the next world champion? It's a tough one.
Well, I think he's probably not going to be the next world champion, but in principle, to become a world champion for him, he has serious chances, I think. Because simply he's focused so much, he's very talented, you can see that he's so determined and talented and creative, so he has great chances, but I'm not sure he will be. But definitely he's one of the candidates out there.
Yeah, no, he's incredibly sharp. And
definitely he's one of the biggest candidates.
Yeah. How much is hard work? How much is it like situation or luck and like becoming world champion?
Well, that's another story, right?
Because
I mean, to become top 10 is one thing,
yeah.
but to become a world champion, you need some very extra skills, and I think also you have to be lucky in some way, that there's so many things has to be standing on your side, and the timing of it, that you find a good trainer, there are so many things that it's only very few people who can achieve it.
Yeah, and when you were at your peak and in the world's top 10, how much chess were you studying per day?
Well, I studied like 8, 9, 10 hours a day, and I'm talking to some top players sometimes, and I see that nowadays they also say that while, let's say, 15 years ago, it was maybe not everybody understood that you really have to work like many, many hours a day. Now it's very clear to the top young players. They understand. They don't do that mistake that, okay, I work 3 hours a day and then I want to become a world champion or something. But they know by now that, yeah, if you want to become a top 10 player or even a top 20, you have to spend daily many hours of preparation, because simply the quantity of the material, the data, is so much that you always have to be working on it and always should find new ways of sorting them out, to make some combination between the different ideas, using the engines. So in one hand, it becomes easier, but draw? Not yet?
Not yet.
But we are there.
But
don't worry, we are there.
That bishop e5 move is going to be on the billboard soon. So I was just curious, when you were talking about your day, when you were studying 8 to 9 hours, what was a typical day like for you? So I mean,
well, I was doing some sports in the morning, and then I had different sessions from 10 to 1. Then
so would it be like tactics? Would it be like openings?
It was many openings, because actually I started to work on openings very late. Not in age necessarily so much, but compared to my strength, because I became a grandmaster. Well, 89, I started to play. I had my first GM norm when I was still playing King's Gambit. And I was just about to turn my repertoire into more serious openings. But up to 2500, I was playing King's Gambit. And even King's Gambit, Bishop C4 system, and the Banco Gambit. And so I was not playing the really serious stuff before. And so that's why I had to catch up on many things in opening. So I started to work much more on openings when I was 13, 14, 15, and more, which is not so good. I think now people understand more that you really have to keep the balance. Like obviously most of the top players, they spend 80% of their time of the opening, but I think also they go further, because when we talk about opening preparation, it also means that you have to understand the middle game of the opening to play it well and to understand it well.
Yeah.
So preparation usually is about the theoretical part. Then you also should be practicing some practice game with your friends, with your trainer, or many of the players do it online anonymously.
Yes.
That they just want to play it out and feel the position, how it goes, which is also extremely important. And then the end game theory is also very important to spend time.
Yeah.
I was spending quite some time, but when I was like after age 11, I started to turn more and more and more on openings and less on the end game part. And then later on, I picked up again to work more on the end game, because I saw, especially after we didn't have adjourned games and the time control shortened, we understood that you have to know much better the theoretical end games, because you can really save points.
Yeah.
And it happened. I remember when I played in 2011 the World Cup, and before that I was working with Almashi for quite some years already. And I told him, you know what, we should be really studying this rook and bishop against rook, and then we have to study the queen against rook without pawns, how to win and how to defend. And we did. And then one of the matches against Nisipiano, I made a simplification to, I had my rook against rook and bishop, and I was just doing, within 1 minute, I was just making my moves, and I was doing 70 moves like that because I knew it so well. And yeah, and practically I did save the game and qualify to the next stage of the World Cup. So it was really amazing for him also, because he said, okay, it doesn't matter, it will not stand on the board. I mean, just to look at these positions, it's not so important. I said, it can happen so easily, and it is such a frustrating if you lose a drawing game.
Yeah.
I know what I'm talking about because I lost. The rook, bishop against rook. I lost rook against knight against rook against carry. So those are 10 times more painful than a normal loss.
Yeah, I've heard that that's the worst kind of loss, and I do remember following that game live that you mentioned when you were playing in the World Cup. No, not Gary.
No, with
Nisipianu.
Yeah.
And I was following it, and I think the commentators were biased on your behalf because she did it, and I was also cheering. So
okay,
yeah,
so we have a draw.
Okay.
Okay.
So that means
very nice
we are going
game.
to see.
And now
we are going to see Armageddon, and the players will kick off their Armageddon match in around 20 minutes. We'll keep you posted on that, and that means one thing. Richard Rapport will be playing white with 10 minutes on the clock. Magnus Carlsen will have 7 minutes on the clock, but draw odds, and there will only be increment after move 41, when there will be a very glorious 1 second added per move. And here we have it. The players will keep repeating the moves quite a few times.
Well, this is already going to be a draw.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Maybe a few more moves going back and forth, you never know, but unexpectedly we're going to have a tie break after 1 hour and 20 minutes already. So they don't know how to punch each other. I mean, I really have this, like a year ago, I think it was the Namaste, right?
Yes.
Namaste.
Now it's the fist pump.
Then the
shoulder,
the
elbows.
And now it's punching.
Yep. And okay, so we will keep you posted on what time this Armageddon match between Magnus Carlsen and Richard Rapport begins. Of course, the players will keep their colours that they originally had in the classical game, but it will for sure it's
so
going to be...
I said it's a draw and he will win with white, right?
Yes. Yeah. You said Rapport will win.
And you said
I said Magnus will win.
Will
so far we've kind of both been right.
They both secured already 1 point for themselves,
yes.
Right? So it's only half a point on stake.
But still.
Yeah, no, it's very important. And the feeling is that, of course, who wins and who loses.
Mm-hmm.
And
okay.
Yeah, it's interesting that Rapport was not pushing it so hard, but he said, well, probably, he says, okay, why not? Mm-hmm. I go for the Armageddon. Okay, so interesting choice. At the same time, we have moves in both of the other games. So in the Nepo game, after Rook C2 finally, Tari went Queen takes B7, which I think it was a must continuation. And sometimes these things tell a lot actually to the opponent when you're hesitating to take on B7. Because I think obviously it's not that he didn't want to take on B7, simply he was busy to adjust himself that now it's a new structure, how is it going to be, and now Queen C8 is on the board as well. And now there is something to think about, because it is a question how white wants to be playing, and actually it can be dangerous for white, because after Queen C8, Rook C8, if let's say white just starts making moves, Rook C1, King D7,
King 7, yeah.
After that D5 is something that can come with a huge energy by black. Or even Bishop D8, Bishop B6 sometimes. And white really has to be taking care of himself with the B2 pawn, because easily, if black moves away with his rook to B8, then this pawn can be a weakness also. Mm-hmm. So white has to be extremely careful in this position. He's not worse, but he's not better for sure.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add one thing, which I just spotted, that after saying the final position of your analysis, you know, white would really love to pick up that knight on F3 and relocate it to C4, but you put it on D2, and suddenly there's a bishop coming to G5 and...
Actually, maybe not even Bishop G5 immediately, just talking about this. Takes, Bishop G5, Rook goes to D1 or C2, doesn't matter, but just seeing this position, and immediately white is in trouble, or Rook B8.
Rook B8.
I mean, now white goes F3, black goes... No, I think Rook B8 is better. I just thought that rook c8, rook c4, so rook b8, and in the next move, rook b4, and suddenly white has a huge problem having separated his pawn to a4 and b2. And so that's why white really has to be careful. It's not like equal pawns and okay, it's draw. It's equally situation, but things can go wrong very easily.
I 100% agree with you here. I mean, I feel that in terms of the structure and in terms of the pieces, the white knight is worse than the black bishop, and the piece structure is a little bit, the pawn structure is a little bit bothersome for white.
A lot of weakness for white.
Yeah, right.
A lot of weaknesses.
I mean, is it enough to, if white wants a draw, and for instance, a queen takes queen, and
well, probably white should be going as fast as possible
with
to
the
go
b4,
and after rook c4.
So go b.
Well, rook c1 may be possible, b5.
b5, I thought. Try.
But okay, rook e4 takes king d7.
Yeah. Okay, we have an update. The playoff will begin at 6:20 p.m. So
okay, so we have another 15
minutes.
Yeah, let's go to see Firouzja's game against Sergei Karyakin. As black decided to go to c2 to try to be unpleasant there with his bishop, and white played a very nice move. I like it, knight to f1, and he wants to regroup his knight to e3. So he's not in a rush to capture the pawn on b7. As we talked some other day, I think that the threat is more powerful than the execution, as Karpov is doing it so many times, or was doing it. And indeed, the knight on e3 can be really powerful. And yeah, the question is whether black has to be defending on his pawn on b7. Though from bishop, it's also good that it's attacking the a4 pawn for now. But knight e3 will come with the tempo.
Yeah.
That's clear. So if let's say, and also bishop f4 should come time to time, but then knight d5. So let's say black goes rook b8, which is not a very nice move, but let's say he plays it. Knight e3, bishop goes back to g6, and this knight on c5 is really nice. Now maybe white can go b3, for example, to develop his bishop to a3, to get his rook onto the d file. And the b6 knight is somewhat which I'm not very happy from black side, because white's knight is controlling the d5 square from e3, and the d7 is controlled from c5. So the big challenge is for black, whether can he play rook d8, for example, and after bishop a3, knight d7, and eliminate the unpleasant knight on c5. So here, for example, I think he equalizes.
I agree. I think that the line you highlighted there was some quite nifty defensiveness there.
Yeah, so this is the question, whether black will have time to go knight d7.
I like your b3 move, but maybe it's
maybe it's slow.
It's a little bit slow.
Yeah, maybe, what about going rook d1?
Rook d1 immediately, yeah.
So really control, even put more control over these squares. And after rook d8, white can just take, and now black cannot take with the rook because the b7 is taken, and the e3 knight is so good, not only controlling some of the important squares, but it defends the back rank at the same time.
Yep.
Rook a7. Rook a7 was played.
That's
it doesn't look better than rook b8, but you know what? Maybe he wants to keep his the space for his knight and go to a6.
That's some defensive creativity there.
I don't like it.
It looks really awkward. You know, the rooks are not coordinated together. They can't challenge for the central lines.
I have a bad feeling about this rook on a7.
It does feel like it's a step in the wrong direction. So the first move that I would be thinking about would be, first of all, your move. I mean, I really liked your plan now.
Well, I think knight e3 is a pretty obvious move.
And then the bishop goes back.
Bishop goes back, and
now rook. And maybe his idea is to maybe his idea is
Okay, rook d1.
I think you have to go rook to d8.
But okay, after rook d8, I
Knight
take,
takes d8.
take, and even b4. I don't even have to play b3 anymore. But let's say I'm slow, so I want to build up my position, and I just go b3. I mean, look at this knight on b6.
Yeah, here I thought that Kariaki could maybe kind of contort himself a little bit and kind of put his knight on the back row. The second knight.
Knight c8 you
Knight
want to
c8
do.
and then
Yeah,
b6 and just kind of...
But it's not funny. Okay, bishop a3, b6, I go rook d1, right?
Yeah. And
knight d6, knight d7.
And then knight b7.
I mean, the back rank is somehow... I understand
it looks strange. Okay, so...
I mean, I think white really has something here. The only question is whether within a few moves he's able to eliminate the very unpleasant c5 knight or not. Then he equalizes. If he cannot, then it's going to be just a huge torture by white.
I'm very puzzled by this rook a7. I can't make sense of it at all.
Well, rook b8 is also not standing so well because then all these knight d7 moves are potentially there, right? So this is a problem. But still, somehow, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I can see the point if he gets b6.
I mean, actually, after knight e3, bishop g6, I would even consider to play f4. I mean, I have a very primitive and simple...
And so it begins. Yeah.
Simple...
f5, g4, kill the bishop. But if you're looking at f6, then of course the knight now is able to jump to e6.
Knight e6 is possible.
Okay. I mean, I guess really black is forced to play f6.
I mean, or now I go b3 and bring the bishop out.
Yeah.
I mean, I would feel extremely comfortable with white.
Yes.
And simply with black, it's sad to play. It's like, I'm there, I'm playing, punch me. No,
don't hurt me,
like,
please. Yeah.
No, I mean, it's. I mean, look at this beautiful knight on c5.
It's beautiful. Yeah, no, it's. You can't argue. That is one fantastic piece.
Okay, well, we'll see. I still put on my bet on Alireza in this one. And we have some moves.
Yeah, we have some moves.
After queen c8.
The queen came back to d5.
Tari did not exchange queen c6. This is what we had.
Yeah, I'm slightly worried.
From which side?
For what?
Yeah, he wants to exchange the queens with better circumstances. But I like king e7.
With king e7,
I like
nice.
king e7 a lot. I wouldn't be surprised if black is better by now. I said it will be a draw, yeah?
You said it, yeah.
It's going to be a win by Napo in the second game.
Yeah, and I said...
Yeah. Yeah. You said what may be coming.
Yeah, I said I think he's a bit more experienced in these kind of structures and he knows how to handle it. So we'll see. We'll see if my guessing game is on point. Sometimes
no, actually, this is a very important tempo for black because after king e7, it's a double effective move because it's protecting the d6 pawn and has rook b8 in mind immediately. And look at these pawns. And no, this is completely misplayed by Tari. I think 2 moves ago it was still drawish, equalish position. Now he has decided he's worse. Because suddenly all these pawns are weak because while his rook was on a1, with b4, b5, you could be still stabilize and look for counter chances. Now you will not be able to look for counter chances.
Yeah.
Just pawns are falling apart.
And is there any way for Aryan to kind of keep the queens on the board and try to create some kind of mess? I'm just thinking queen a5.
No, but it's nothing. It's doing nothing.
I know.
E4 is not hanging yet. Well, simply I think rook b8. No, it's just awful. Sorry to say, it's awful. I mean, look at this. Rook on c2, rook on b8, queen on c6 stands perfectly.
But it's quite bad anyhow. This is the thing. If you can imagine, if you look at the position and say white plays a random move, queen takes queen is happening, and then rook takes queen, and then rook will come to b8.
Well, that's the problem, that after queen takes c6, he should have taken on c8. He didn't. That was, I think, still the best. Because here he lost a huge tempo having his rook on d1. Just a huge. I don't know if he can go maybe, okay, let's see. If he goes rook d3, maybe this is kind of, no, but then rook c4.
Rook c4, right?
Then rook c4 is the problem. Because I thought for a moment that you go rook b6, b3, rook b8, rook b1, and I'm just in time. So after this I go knight d2, but even this is not good because of bishop g5.
But well, wait 1 second.
But okay, rook c4 immediately.
Yeah, rook c4, and say white just goes, okay, made a mess of this, this is going to cost me some material, but so be it. So say it goes b3, rook takes pawn, I give you that, and then now rook
Oh, you give me that after I took it.
Yes.
You call it as a sacrifice, yes. Generosity.
Well, wasn't thinking knight d2, I was thinking more piling up on the c line as kind of...
But you have only one rook over there.
Well, the rook might come to c6, and then, you know, cause some...
Well, I guess rook d8. But in this position, the problem is that you go rook c6, I can even go just simply d5. You take and play rook b4, and then you will not stop me by making this very unpleasant move. And then already the bishop on f6 is like a blade.
Yeah, okay. So not even sacrificing material will be a hope for Aryan. So
this is in a very, white is in very big trouble.
Yeah, gosh, and okay.
Very difficult moment for Tari.
Whilst the players are thinking, and we're getting ready for the big Armageddon game between Richard Rapport and Magnus Carlsen, I'm going to remind everyone that you can tweet us some questions or tweet us your comments using the hashtag Norway Chess. And Chess Mentor Jim asks Judit, what do you think about the new generation of women in chess?
Well, first of all, I believe that there are more girls who take chess more seriously. But it's mainly maybe the Indians and the Chinese. They are, of course, in the last decade, it was a very clear, huge shift in strength and in attitude. And also, which is a huge change, I think, that in the last decade there are much more serious trainers for the talented girl players in different countries. But still, I would like the coaches to tell to the ladies to be more motivated, objectively being the best they can in chess, and not only being the best in the ladies' chess competitions.
Yeah.
Because I believe that simply they would reach higher if they focus on the level of chess and to be much better than to take their goals to become a ladies' world champion. Because what I'm saying is all the time that if my goal wouldn't be to be in the top 10 or really reach the highest in the open section, I would never be #1 between the ladies for 26 years.
Yes.
It's because I was always going further and was looking more challenges and wanted to battle out with the stronger guys. That's why on the way I was just passing by and stayed that way compared to other ladies. So I do hope that more parents will be more supportive on the youngsters, young generations of girls. Teachers will be more supportive and open-minded to focus on their ability to maximize that. And still, I believe they can easily play with boys also. But I'm not saying that you play with a higher... Many times I see that people are completely misjudging who is better boys or girls. Well, if you put a girl of 2300 against a 2500 boy, and the boy wins, it's not a matter of boys better than girls. It's a matter of he's stronger player than the other player, right? So we should not mix that those comparisons. So I do think there are some talented girls, and they are good. Even in Hungary, we have one or two, but the attitude is still not there from them and from the surrounding people.
Yeah. I completely 100% agree with that. You know, you've got to aim high and then it will follow. And what's really important for me is actually that there's lots of visibility in the girls. So that you see women and girls at every single stage of the game, you know, high levels, super high levels. You see commentators, you see trainers. So I think your sister Susan was doing a fantastic job, because I remember when I was a young girl, I was following everyone's progress, all the female progress, like crazy, because I saw myself as one of you, you know, and that was my natural role model. So I agree, aim high, and like you say, if we improve the structure and the surroundings around the whole thing, and we make chess viable to be a profession.
Well, also, for example, for me, it's not really understandable. Why can't organizers do mix events for under 10, under 8, under 10, 12, whatever, right? I mean, you can still give out separate cups if you want, but still let them fight against each other in a mixed section. And then you give out separate cups or whatever, but still just to, I mean, I don't see any reason to separate
because the numbers are pretty high when they're like up until under 12, and then there's a big drop.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Oh, look what we have.
Thank you, Mariano, for that question. Okay, and we have...
one G3 on the board.
Okay, and this one is also a little bit personal, because Judit said Richard would win.
So let's see.
I said Magnus would win, so
let's see.
Definitely.
Actually, it was interesting. I had lunch with Rapport today, and we're discussing. I asked him what do you think about is it better to play with white, or is it better play for look, this is funny because they play Kings Indian with the other color reversed. This is funny.
Got a
Knight
sense
A3.
of humor, yeah.
Okay, so we have reversed Kings Indian on the board, and they are playing very fast. So right now, Knight G5, forcing Magnus to give up his bishop, which is not that important necessarily. But let's see, after white bishop moves away, what will be the move by Magnus. Okay. So I was discussing with the Rapport that which is better to play with the white or the black pieces. It's not that you have an option, right, to choose, but still just in principle. And he said, well, maybe it depends on the opening very much. This was one of the remarks he said, that if, let's say, white has a huge advantage in the opening, then he believes that practically there is no way back for black. But you see how aggressive Magnus is.
I was going to say, he has done something that's very popular in English chess, which is advance the H-pawn. We've nicknamed it Harry, and everyone is pleased. But it's ironic, actually, because Magnus is the one that needs to draw. He would be happy with keeping the position quite solid.
Yes, but this is not the kind of position you just sit and wait and play for a draw.
Yeah.
This is not that type of game. But it's interesting that he goes H5, H4, and I think specifically he does this strategy against Rapport. There would be also a very sensible idea to play with black instead of H4, to play B5, push the knight back to A3 and simply play A6. This is a very typical idea. So white did not have time to play A4 until this moment. But now let's see Queen E1. So the idea is he's keeping an eye on the king's side, so towards the G3. And also if after B5, now already Knight A5 would be the move. And so now B5 already is not unpleasant. Very sharp game, very interesting game.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if in the next move white would just simply plan to capture the pawns. So now it's a question how Magnus will react, because if he takes on G3, maybe Queen G3.
This was going to be my answer, actually. I would instinctively like to open the h-line. After all, that was the
Yeah,
point.
but now white has great position of his queen, because he's pushing a little bit on the g file, on the diagonal, so f takes e5
Okay,
can be,
we see a
and
capture,
we have.
and
Of
yeah, we're
course,
going to
this
see
is,
queen takes pawn, and I
this
was
is
wondering,
on the board.
what happens if Magnus just goes, it's war,
Well,
let's
maybe
castle.
now b5.
Queen.
No, he
So
castles.
yeah. And now, I kind of like this position for black.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I completely understand your feelings, because eventually at one time black can capture the knight on c4, capture on f4, and put his knight to e5, centralize, and then it would be a very nice position from black side. Sorry.
Okay,
Sorry.
so
Castle, b3.
Richard plays b3.
Well, white is really provoking black to be playing b5. And I'm waiting that when is the moment when Magnus decides to play b5. Because if the white knight is pushed back to b2, of course after that he will want to play a4 and open up the position, but the knight on b2 is really not standing so proud on b2 there.
And can Magnus actually afford to forget about the queen side and just simply concentrate on opening up even more lines on the king side?
What do
Like,
you
for
have
instance,
in mind?
So, okay, first of all, maybe developing the knight.
I don't know if you can develop to e7.
I was thinking h6.
I don't like the knight on h6.
Yeah. it's not, it doesn't make the best impression, I admit that. But I thought maybe you can move to knight f7 and then from there.
No, it's a question where that knight should be moving to. That's a big question.
Oh!
And he went knight h6. Yeah, because knight e7 was probably something he didn't like. He didn't want to leave his knight there. So
and,
what was the move?
Richard
F takes e5.
captured on e5.
And now it's a question whether to play bishop c4 first, because this is a very serious question. To take, and then knight e5. And then later on you can go knight f7 to stabilize the knight on e5 as well. But he took back without capturing that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about this. I would try, I think, bishop c4, which doesn't mean that's the best. But takes,
okay, pawn
knight
takes.
e5, pawn takes. I don't know.
And what to do now? For both sides, actually. For Magnus, I feel it's
What
all
about
about
queen g6?
Okay. Is there maybe
Queen
some idea?
g6 or rook f3, for example. Doubling on the f file. What did he play? c3. Very interesting, though. Very interesting, because this king on c8, of course, can get in trouble if the c line opens up.
I think
Very interesting idea. And the knight is far away on h6.
I could think Magnus was
Very
on the
unexpected.
verge of moving his king to
And
b8.
look at the time. Look at the time. 7 minutes for white and only 3 minutes and 10 seconds for Magnus. And this is what we were discussing, that the time is extremely tricky.
Yes.
Extremely tricky.
And of course, the players, Richard told us last night that they are thinking about getting to move 40 all the time. So Magnus jumping forward with his knight, pawn takes pawn, played very quickly. And Magnus reacting with e
But this
takes
looks
d.
extremely
I
dangerous
know.
for black. It looks like
The bishop
killing.
will
Bishop
come down
f4,
to
rook
f4.
c1. Oh, bishop f4.
And queen moves to e7. So Magnus's trademark here is whenever he's
rook c1.
a little bit in trouble, he tries to swap off queens. But yeah, rook c1, and then I guess b. You can't.
Rook c1, b4. Oh.
B, yeah. Ooh.
Well, there's another question whether h3. And then black has to give up his pawn with knight e3, I think. But probably after h3 he just wants to go g5.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
No, but this was misplayed by Magnus.
after rook c1?
I cannot imagine that this is possible to play it with black.
Yeah.
I mean, this is impossible to have your king on c8, having rook on c1, having this bishop on f4. It is really deadly dangerous.
Okay. And can Magnus try to survive somewhat by
I think
playing
if he
G5
goes
something?
knight h2, even just playing rook c5 and rook c1 would be a huge advantage, not to talk about rook f2, and he doubles and plays b4.
He plays g5.
So it's, I think it's a must. Probably it's an only move.
Oh, and I think you're right. I think rook takes pawn.
Well, that's what he should do already, yeah? Bishop rook c5,
Rook c5,
and rook c1.
queen takes 5, and then rook c1,
And he's not going to take rook c5?
he is.
And he is. Rook h2. It's a lot of fun. This game is a lot of fun, and I don't know who is better.
No, white has to be better, right? It's,
Well, I don't know. I
so
think
many...
bishop g5. But of course, it's tricky. Rook g8, queen d6.
And how to defend.
Rook h2.
I like bishop g5.
Ah, he went bishop g5. Okay. Well, this is the problem for black, whether if he has to keep his rook on d7, that's not a good sign. But because after rook d7, can white play bishop h3? Right? And after rook h7, when you have all these kind of checks, I was even thinking something like this.
Yeah, bishop h3 is a nice move because...
And check. And take some...
And that will be game over. So
Some tactical fun.
and,
Rook g8, queen d6. So things are speeding up. Magnus has no time left.
rook takes...
Well, this rook must...
It should fall off, right? King moves to d8.
Well,
and
white
now-
has time to think. At the same time, it's not so easy to... The rook is still alive on g5. But what about playing queen d6?
Queen d6,
King e8.
King e8.
Then white can grab the pawns on with queen b7.
Yeah, just play queen b8 check and grab, I agree. Be ruthless. And of course, black actually isn't threatening anything.
Queen
so
d6 check, king e8.
And
I
now-
think it's about time to take queen b8 and grab the pawns. Well, if white can... Oh, it's a draw, knight e5. Oh. Bad news. King f1 only move. And now rook g1 is not a perpetual check, or is it?
It is.
No,
it's
because
not,
king
because
is
this
going.
needs
So
to
king,
be-
and now he goes there, and queen f6, queen f3. So Magnus, oops, and white lost.
Oh dear. The king goes to g1.
To g1 only move, rook a2, or maybe rook, yeah, rook
and
a2.
still there's no checks.
No,
He
he
has to play
unfortunately
queen d1 or something. Oh dear.
queen f4, much better move, but this will not be possible to win.
Gosh, it's like Magnus is just managing to ride his luck. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. Unfortunately for white, he's not going to be able to do anything apart from making a draw.
Okay, there's still 50.
But he played so fast, he still has 4 minutes. You know?
Yeah, we'll have to show
Nerves.
that
Nerves.
critical moment because it was a fantastic game.
I
by
just,
Richard
when he
Rapport.
played bishop f3, I just wanted to say that white has to be careful with bishop f3 because I was thinking, I will show you.
Okay, I mean, there's still some chances whilst...
Well, there is no chance to win this game for white. For black, yes.
There it goes. So Magnus Carlsen draws the game, and this means that because it was an Armageddon match, Magnus will take home the 1.5 points and Richard Rapport just
And we
one.
can say again that none of the players are so satisfied with their performance.
No, but we should show the critical moment, right? Because it looked like everything was going beautifully for
Well,
Richard.
this looked like really things are awful for black at this point. And but actually after g5, I wouldn't be surprised if even bishop b8 maybe makes sense, or bishop e5. Maybe after bishop e5, that's the easiest. Maybe bishop e5. But I think white should be winning probably in this position. So he went here, takes, rook h2, bishop g5. Of course, black is defending, but I think here white should be having a great advantage, because I was calculating something like this, taking with a check, king g6, and but maybe it's not.
But I think you can just go queen takes pawn, right? Because there is no threat in the position.
No, I'm thinking that you should be going something e5 and
So
free up your bishop, because the knight cannot move. So this is very important. And you free your bishop. And instead, I was also thinking about something like what I had in mind. If, let's say, oops, sorry. No, bishop f3 was just a huge blunder. So queen b8 here, let's say.
Because I thought you could win all the pawns with check.
So well, if king g6, you cannot take it with a check, right?
No, but I can step forward and give a check, because
you can go here.
Yeah, and then you have to either put your king on this square.
Yeah, and then you can also take, because knight cannot be moving. Yeah. Well, it's of course it's not a good moment for Rapport, because he created for himself all these chances, and then he blundered this very tactical idea. So if king h2, then it's a perpetual check, because the rook stands just on g5. So knight f3, and white cannot go to h1, because in that case he would even get mate on rook g1, right?
Yeah. That's so quickly, I just can't get over how quickly that Magnus spotted that trick. It was like we were saying about pattern recognition.
Yes, but actually that was the only way, and that was the only way to recognize it. But really the question is, when Rapport has 4 minutes on his clock, and black has a minute on his clock. In this situation, you should calm yourself down, right? And just think about it, because now he will say, okay, I had 4 minutes and I played this bishop f3 awful blunder. So it's...
but the thing is, the adrenaline is pumping, your opponent is playing quickly, and we always...
I mean, it happened with all of us, that we were too excited. And then
exactly,
lost, right?
You know, we just want to carry on the momentum, and like you say, it cost him valuably. So,
but actually, even e5 here.
E5
immediately. Maybe e5. That was the simplest. No, he just lost concentration, and I mean, he could feel that it should be winning. It just practically fell into the only trap. But okay, this is sport, right?
This is the point of chess. Chess is a cruel game, you know?
Yeah, we all know it.
You
I don't remember so much, because I stopped a competition 7 years ago. So, but sometimes when I see something like that, of course, my heartbeat also goes up a little bit.
But Magnus must be feeling a little bit of the same, actually, because, you know, he's just come off playing the AIM Chess US Rapid, and there his victory was relatively smooth sailing. He really was rarely in trouble, and he managed to defend very resourcefully. And here it just seems to be a few games and he's winning ugly. I mean, by that it's due to his resourcefulness. His opponents have had all the chances, and he's been partly helped by them, but also, you know, he's had to draw on everything he's had to manage to save the game. And well, fair play to him, he's done it, but what a difference in style.
Yeah. Of course, in feeling and in satisfaction, and in mood, in everything. I mean, it is so difficult when you feel yourself that you're not good, you're not even close what you can be, and you're still getting, well, I would say sometimes lucky, just somehow, of course, his resourcefulness is there, and he's just catching every moment. Like in this game, practically he had one specific moment and he's already immediately there. So he's really spotting out the smallest mistake by the opponent when he's already he's already dying, right? In this position, it was like also very close to huge treble. So what we are having here.
Shall we catch our breaths and actually take a quick check up on the other games?
Yeah, sure. I mean, this is quite interesting that we had such an interesting game in the second one. It's only 1 hour and 40 minutes passed since the round started. But we have 2 other games, which is going in the classical manner.
Yes.
And if we see Alireza's game against Sergey, what has happened after rook a7, which we were not very much fond of, knight e3, bishop g6 is a must, no other square for the bishop, and b3, just the solid way. This is where we were. And until this point, Firouzja was spending 35 minutes, which is not anything spectacular. And Sergey is spending his time, and I think he will be spending his time. It's not a nice position to defend. It is a long suffering, it seems. Black is trying to play to exchange the c5 knight by playing knight d7 one day, or possibly with knight d8, knight e6. But by any means, he would have to fight for eliminating the c5 knight. At the same time, for white, of course, the main target is to develop the bishop to a3, and then bring his rook to d1 and do everything in order to stop black from doing so, right? And then he can keep his advantage. It's a typical position for Karpov.
Yes.
Squeezing another 75 moves.
And I was going to say, if Firouzja wants to be aggressive, then he can also do everything you just mentioned and then throw in the f4 move.
Yeah, we were discussing f4, and f4 is always there.
It's like
of course.
It's there in the hand, and if he wants to lock out that bishop, let's go.
Actually, I mean, he could do it immediately, but maybe he's just keeping it in reserve.
I think it's a good idea.
When it's painful, when it's the most painful moment, then it comes out of his pocket to play f4.
So Firouzja doing very well here, and let's finally check in on Aryan Tari against Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, in this position, king e7 was a very powerful move, no rushing to exchange the queens on d5. White pushed b3, not to be taken in the next move, right?
Yep.
And now not rook b8, but rook c8 was played. I think there was, I mean, it is a hesitation for me that which one to play. Rook, no, but actually b3 is nice move from point of view that after rook b8, White could be playing queen c6 and rook d3. But that is also problematic with rook b4 and what we looked with knight d2, bishop
rook
g5.
b4, right?
So black played rook c8. I don't know if this is the best, because rook b8 was also extremely tempting, I think. And Tari went queen a5, and only now black played rook b8, attacking the pawn on b3, and rook d3, defending the pawn on b3. So let's see what is the idea for Tari. So the idea is that for a moment after queen e4, white is going queen c6. Though in this position, I would also consider going back to c6. And now already sometimes e4 can be very much there. But I understand that black does not want to give the a6 pawn if it's not necessary.
Yeah, let's run through that line again, because it looked quite critical, actually, capturing the pawn.
But it's also tempting that I don't give you the a6 pawn.
Yes.
Because, for example, black can go rook c5 first.
Okay.
And then, well, queen d2.
Queen d2.
So now after queen e4,
then
white would be capturing on d6.
Yeah, and that one doesn't appeal to me too much.
Yeah, so white is just holding on with, I mean, many pawns are hanging, and we can see that he's not defending his pawns, but actually he's counter-attacking. And now king f8. Very interesting. King f8
King
played.
f8.
Well, he made a road for his bishop to d8. So to push away the queen from there and then regroup his bishop to this diagonal, which can be extremely unpleasant, especially that the rook is standing on c2. I'm drawing nice artworks.
Yeah.
Okay, I take away.
That's a great move, actually. King f8.
So king f8 is, it makes a lot of sense. And also in the later moves, he might be playing g6 and hiding with his king to g7. But it means that after he went to f8, he thinks that it's not going to be an exchange of queens. Because of course, when the exchange queens happen, then the king is much better on e6 or d7 to be a little bit closer to the queen side.
I mean, I feel that this position, despite what the computer evaluation is just very, very difficult for Aryan to play. And I mean, I'm just thinking double the rooks on the d line. Just say.
Yeah, let's say rook d1.
Yeah, and now the bishop will come to d8.
I don't know, bishop d8, let's say queen e1.
Yeah, then there's
bishop
probably
b6.
bishop b6, and is there some rook takes pawn? Live dangerously.
But maybe this is okay for white. So okay, rook d1 makes a lot of sense. Maybe he just wants to go bishop e7, you know. But what about knight e5? Knight e5 is not a move, yeah? Or
No, because the queen can come back to.
Ah, yeah, you just take
d8.
and queen e8, yeah. Yeah, that's also the, yeah.
I think. But maybe now white has some time to kind of go h3.
But
give some
the e4 is hanging. You don't mind because you take on a6,
I'm taking
right?
on a, yeah, I would take on a6 and hope. Yeah, that was me making a sound. That's something going wrong. Okay.
So let's see. He went queen e1. Why queen e1?
Wow. It's a very sophisticated move. I didn't have it on.
It's extremely passive move. That's my problem.
Some might say that. I was trying to be nice.
I can, you know, I remember one of exactly queen e1 move when I was commentating the World Championship title match in New York.
Yeah.
And I don't know which game was it. Magnus played against Karyakin.
Yeah.
And at one point, he played this queen e1, very passive move. And I said, well, I don't understand, but as it is Magnus who played it, obviously you have the feeling that you have to respect that, and first we have to think about it. What is the deep idea behind it? And there are so many times it happens, right?
Yeah.
You see a move, and if it's by the world champion, wow, very interesting, very creative, and then you start commentating and you have no idea why is this so good. But you're saying, yeah, it's interesting because you just trust the player, right?
Right.
And this is not a nice thing, but it's just, that's how it is, right?
Yes.
But now I dare to say that, well, it is passive.
Yeah, it certainly looks passive.
Even if it's the best move, it is very passive and it's a very bad sign.
You just reminded me of a story that we had in our chess club. So it was a league match, and it was the first team playing in a venue, and our third team was playing as well. And the people playing third team were around about 1,000 in rating. And one of our guys lost very, very quickly. And we were missing a player on the first team. So we said, how about you play in the first team? He said, no. He'd lost really, really badly. And they said, well, just give it a shot. You know, we're just going to lose anyway. So why don't you play? So he played in our first team and he won. And what was funny was that his opponent just assumed that he was like some like
Great
200 player. And so when they analysed together afterwards, he said, you know, you played some great chess. Did you see this, 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 and that? And our 1,000 players said, no, I didn't see anything. I just played it because I liked it. After that, he became, you know, he won Player of the Year. It was a fantastic moment.
Yeah. So after Queen E1.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a mysterious move.
It's not so easy for Black, of course, to bring everything the way he wants, because for now this rook on d3 defends actually very well the b3. The b3 defends very well the a4 pawn. The queen on e1 still covers the square b4, which is extremely important, because if the rook could be playing rook b4, that would be a big problem for White. And also, if let's say Black goes rook b2, White has different alternatives. And actually, this is the idea, I think, of Tari. And maybe he's absolutely right that he played queen e1 in order that he can regroup his queen to d1 and to have the battery this way, that the rook is in the front. So he's defending everything perfectly on b3. At the same time, he gives pressure over the d6 pawn. So I'm not sure king f8 after all was so good.
But there's still ideas of bishop d7, and still, you know, it does feel that White's pieces are not in their best positions.
But also, for example, White's next move can be knight d2 and knight c4.
Yeah, knight d2.
And that is not funny for Black at all. Actually, I start liking queen e1.
Okay. So it was sophisticated after all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, that's nice. And
actually, I really start liking this move.
I like it suddenly with knight d2. I must admit, I was a bit baffled by it. I didn't quite like with queen d1 and rook d3, but I like it with this.
Yeah, I see that everything is protected, and knight d2, knight c4 finally is a real threat. I think Nepo misplayed it a bit. Well, if bishop c8, bishop d8, then knight d2 is maybe not so good. It's possible, but it's not so good because of bishop a5, and the pin is a problem. So after bishop d8, White has to go queen d1, attacking the d6 pawn. But it's a problem for Black, because Black goes bishop c7, and after that knight d2 is already possible. Yeah. And going in, and once White goes to c4, then
he has a great position.
Then most likely Black will have to sacrifice that exchange. No, actually, I like queen e1 more and more.
Good news. And
what did I bet on? I said it's going to be a draw, and then Nepo wins. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, and I said that Nepo would win
already in this game.
Yeah, already in this game. So yeah, I still. All three results possible. Yeah. Queen e1. Exclamation mark.
I like queen e1
can we
now.
quickly take a peek at Firouzja's game against Karyakin?
Yeah, we have one move since then.
Yeah, because the rook came to d8, and then, you know, I love the move that you suggested, pushing the f pawn.
f4.
f4.
So this is the moment. This is the painful moment.
Yeah, this is exactly, because f6 comes with now potential knight e6, and potentially, although I'm not sure whether you really need to do this.
Well, it looks nice for White, but the question is whether is it good or good enough, because White still has to develop with his bishop. Black goes bishop f7, back knight c5, rook d8.
Now the rook can rook d1.
Yeah, and now knight d7 doesn't exist.
Looks good.
Well, yeah. Yeah.
Looks very, very good. And I think this is a great time to take a short break.
Yeah.
And just when things are looking very, well, very evenly matched in the game between Aryan Tari and Jan Nepomniachtchi, and things are looking very, very promising for Alireza Firouzja against Sergei Karjakin. We'll join you after the break.
Hello everyone, and welcome to today's kitchen table talk that we have here in this amazing Danish design kitchen from H to H. And today we have with us the legendary Judit Polgar. Welcome, Judit.
Hi, it's nice to be here.
Judit Polgar, she's actually the greatest female chess player of all times. She won her first international tournament at age 9, and at age 15 she became the youngest grandmaster of all time during that time. She's won against several world champions such as Vishy Anand, Garry Kasparov, and Magnus Carlsen. And she was actually part of a human experiment even before she was born. Judith, can you tell us a little bit about that experiment?
Well, the main idea was for my father before he met my mom, that he wants to have 6 children, and definitely they are not going to be going school, and they are going to be specializing in one specific field. And then I was number 3 in the family. I have a 7-year-old older sister, Susan, so she was playing chess already by the time I started when I was 5. And also I have another sister, Sophia. She is a year and a half older. So it was very clear my path that I'm also going to be a chess player as they were already.
Yeah, and that really worked out well for all of you.
Yes, I can say that it worked out very well. I became the most successful in chess, but my sister Susan, she paved the road for me. She became the ladies' world champion as well. My other sister, women grandmaster, we won 2 times the Olympic championship for women, but I was mainly competing with the men, guys in competition. I was in top 10.
Yeah, that's very impressive. And also, it must have been very challenging for you to be on such top level in a male-dominated sport. What was that really like for you?
To tell you the truth, it was something very natural for me because my parents always supported and believed in us and said that any girl can achieve the same result as a boy if they get the same circumstances, opportunities. And this is what and how they raised me. So most of my life I was playing in open section with men. Exception was the 2 Olympiad and 1 more girl youth championship. And so it was something very natural for me to play with boys and adults mainly. And with that mindset, I was able to motivate myself. And of course, I had people motivating me, my parents, my sisters, my coaches, later on my husband, and so on.
You're an inspiration to many, that's for sure, especially girls, I can assume. But now you're here in Stavanger, and you're here for the 2nd time. And you're doing commentary for the English webcast for Norway Chess. That's actually your 3rd time. Last year you did it from home because of the pandemic. But I know you're extremely busy, you have a lot of projects, and you rarely say yes to these types of jobs. So I'm interested in knowing why Norway Chess?
Actually, I do very seldomly these kind of commentaries. I do usually the World Championship title match. And the reason I accepted for the first time, because I knew that you and your team has a special vision and you want to bring chess to another level. So other people who are not chess players, they can also not only understand it, but I think moreover to appreciate the game and see the depths of it. Why can it be interesting for everybody? Of course, Magnus Carlsen supports all this because you have a fantastic world champion and he's always taking part also in this tournament. But I think it is a great example of what you do, that you do care a lot about the players. the circumstances of the playing hall, how they feel about themselves in Stavanger. So you pay attention for all the details, and it's more or less the same attitude I have when I do organize my own things. And of course, also it's a very high quality, very top event by chess rating points and the quality itself. So this component together made me accept the invitation and be the commentator.
Yeah, we're very happy to have you back. But we know also that when you're not here in Stavanger, you're super busy with your own creation, your own educational chess program. And you also have a festival that you have yearly that's international. It's called the Global Chess Festival. Could you tell us a little bit about those projects?
Yeah, the educational project I have, it's already implemented in Hungary as an optional subject. It's the Judit Polgar's method. It's the chess palace for elementary school since 2013. So yearly about 40,000 kids are involved in the program, and it's growing continuously. We have our courses for teachers, which more or less 2,000 teachers took. We also have a preschool kindergarten program, which is running for 2017. We have a third part of the program of the method, is the chess PE, where we make the kids physically to move on a chessboard. And we do have the Judit Polgar's Global Chess Festival, which is running this year in October, just a month from now, October 9th. It's going to be the 7th edition, where we would like to highlight the depth, the beauty of chess, and the diversity of chess, how chess is connected as a sport, as to science, as to art, and of course to education. So education is always highlighted in this festival. This year we specifically make an educational chess summit, where many people will be traveling from abroad. And we have the focus actually this year on creativity and innovation.
And I know a lot of people travel to Budapest, where the festival is and where you're from, to attend the festival. But is it also possible for people to be part of the festival even if they can't travel?
Well, of course, these days traveling is a huge challenge. So we had to make sure after last year when we moved everything online, but this year for the first time we are making a hybrid version. So we are going to have the offline in the National Gallery in Budapest, and the other part which is going to be online, the stage programs will be streamed, and then we have another interactive program, other channel.
That's wonderful. I wish you all the best with the preparations for the festival, and all the best for your commentary here at Norway Chess.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back. And for those viewers who've just joined us, well, we've already had one game finish in a draw between Richard Rapport and Magnus Carlsen. And the Armageddon match actually ended also in a draw, which meant that Magnus Carlsen took home 1.5 points and Richard Rapport 1 point. Now, whilst we were on a break, the games between Alireza Firouzja, Sergei Karyakin, and in fact, also Aryan Tari and Nepomniachtchi also heated up because suddenly we saw a lot of action. Because let's take the Alireza Firouzja game, and we saw the move that you had been advocating, f4, this beautiful expansionist move.
Yeah, I mean, the position is kind of solid, but at the same time, we should not forget ever that the board is big sometimes, right? So you have to be playing on both sides in some positions. And here Firouzja shows it in a great example how you do that. He played a4 and b3 on the left side, on the queen side, and now he's playing f4. That's what he did after rook d8. Yeah. And after f6, we were analyzing knight e6 first. Yes. But he considered that there is no need to play knight e6 first. He can just go bishop a3, because after knight d7, I would think that he plans to play knight e6, forcing the rook to c8, and after that knight d5 would be coming. Ooh. And I think we shouldn't look longer.
No, we don't look longer at that.
So it does not look too good. Still, b6 is possible, try to defend. But let's not continue here for
that
some
looks
time.
Kind of hideous. Can I show you one? Because after bishop a3 was the move that Firouzja played, but we were considering knight e6. So during the break, we were discussing which of these two moves the computer really enjoyed, and the computer's like, actually, knight e6 is the move. And the whole idea is that after rook d7, I just wanted to show this super wacky but kind of beautiful idea that Stockfish came up with. And the idea is to play f5, you go bishop f7, and then white initiates some kind of lockdown by playing c4. And you just take a look at it, you know, the black knight on b6 has completely been shut out of the game.
C4 is not an easy move at all.
No, exactly.
Because it gives away the b4 square, also the d4 square. Probably now it's not possible to take any use of it.
I know, this is exactly why I wanted to highlight this kind of idea.
And what about knight b4?
So knight b4, I tried bishop a3, and I got as far as this, and the bar shot all the way up, all over to the white side, and I thought, oh dear, this is not good news for Sergei, and of course he can't maintain that.
Yeah, so maybe after all knight e6 was the right move. That's the most obvious reaction after f6, right? That immediately when the square is given and it's weak, you just occupy it with your knight. But it was also very tempting to play what Firouzja played.
Right.
And black played bishop f7.
Yeah.
So I guess white is going to be continuing with rook d1, because that's the idea, somehow to keep away the knight from b6. But I'm wondering if knight d5 after all still is possible. Knight takes d5, bishop d5, c4, bishop f7, takes on d8, takes...
Put the rook on e7.
Rook e7, b6, you see? Finally, the great rook on a7 defends the pawn on c7.
But maybe the knight can come to...
But this, I think, maybe...
The knight can come to d7, maybe?
Well, if knight d7, then knight c6.
Knight c6, and you... Oh, yeah,
and white, the rook is completely pushed back. So I would think knight goes to e4, let's say. Yeah. Knight c6 here. But black is pushing everything back and is surviving.
Incredible.
Yes, because he got rid of this awful knight which was standing on b6.
Okay. So let's run through that line again.
Bishop f7, rook d1, knight, what about knight d5?
Knight d5,
I think this is crucial whether he's able to make this move or not.
And
this is the big question.
This is a very good question. What happens if knight to f5?
Knight f5, can't just black take on c3?
Yeah, I was hoping knight e7 check.
Knight e7, knight c6, right?
But maybe all white has won is this beautiful rook on A7.
Look how it could happen, right? Look, takes, b takes c6, rook d8,
Rook
bishop
d8.
g8, and rook to a7, rook is trapped there.
Yeah. Well, this is called karma, Judit. If you put your rook on a7 and he gets trapped there.
No, because this is the problem when some of your pieces stands in a very passive, very awkward position, that only one piece can ruin the whole position. So now in this position, if we are thinking, and objectively, black has two issues. One is the b6 knight to get out from there, and the other one is the a7 rook, whether he will be able to get some space moving his pawns and then get into the play as well.
Yeah, but so far it's looking very, very promising for
I think
Alireza
after
Firouzja.
if after rook d1, knight d5 is possible, then it seems that Sergei saves the game.
Yeah.
Because the knight on c6 actually is a great defender. Great defender, defending the e7 square, controlling the d8 square. So that can be just enough.
But then that means that if white can't play rook d1, then he actually has to play a move like c4.
C4 is something to consider, but still, black can go knight d7.
Right.
So black is trying to eliminate this knight in any case. And actually, after c4, even I would consider knight c8. Because after c4, this d4 square is really weak. And black can get serious counter chances. If he has the time to play b6, he comes knight d4, c5, and things are turning around.
Yes.
So white cannot do everything just because he's a little bit better at the moment. So here I think Firouzja has to really pay attention every move, because one or two moves, and this is going to make the difference whether Sergei escapes or it's going to be still long.
Yeah,
suffer.
because
let's see the other game. What do you think?
The other game suddenly, well, there was suddenly a brief moment where there was fire on the board, and there still is. Okay, so the
Queen e1 we stopped when rook b2 was played by Nepo. Queen d1, fantastic place for the queen. Queen takes e4, rook takes d6, exchange of pawns, queen b4.
As a knight.
And now white did not take
Knight
on
take.
a6, because not because black takes on b3, but because black plays e4. And suddenly look how powerful this bishop is. If white goes back, well, this is a nasty place for the knight. But
I was wondering whether there was some knight takes e5 tricks, or maybe that's
when?
now.
If knight e5 takes, I
Rook
think
d8.
simply black goes king e7 and king f6 sneaks out. Queen check, king g5.
Well,
I
I don't see the
Maybe king
continuation.
f5, actually
Maybe
king
king f5
f5
because
is
it doesn't
better.
allow any kind of
f4, h4, all kind of stuff like that.
And yeah. Well, it requires nerves of steel, but yes.
Oh, that's for sure. So after queen b4, Aryan played queen d5, looking for counter chances with rook d7, so to take an eye on the f7 pawn, but moreover attacking immediately the e5 pawn. Black took queen takes b3, he went knight e5, bishop e5. I wonder what he's thinking. He's thinking whether he can give it check. But after check, king, did someone blunder?
What's happened?
I think it's a draw now. So he can go rook d8 and it's a draw. Because king e8, rook e1, king c8, queen c6 draw. So actually Tari makes a draw here.
Okay. Yes. And there's no way to...
Yeah, I mean, Nepo
try for
completely
anything.
misplayed it. That's clear. And in this position, if rook d7, king e8, right?
Yes.
No, he's completely misplayed this.
So
Queen e5, but he's not losing. Check, king e, no, king e8
no, your
mate,
king
king
e8, you go rook
c8,
e1, your king c8.
and just
Rook c2.
Rook c2, rook c1, rook c2.
So probably safest is just to...
But I'm sorry, what about queen c6 and rook e1? Threatening mate.
Maybe you can go rook
Well,
e2.
rook e2 and also rook b1 maybe. Okay, but it's a draw, right?
It is a draw.
And it's a forcing draw, rook d8, here, here. Yeah, it's just a forced draw. So, we are heading to the playoff Armageddon in that game.
And
according to plans.
I think we should make this a regular feature. I quite enjoy
So we should
these.
ask our audience, what do they think about the Firouzja game? What will be the outcome of that?
What
So
did we
let's
say?
challenge.
I can't really remember now.
I think I said Firouzja will win. But I don't remember if in playoff or classical. I think classical I said that he's going to win.
I think we might have said, we were quite similar, right? Oh gosh, memory like a fish, that's me.
Rook d1 played there. Okay, so they are heading to this. Rook d8 check happened in the game, king e7.
Yeah.
So clearly Aryan will be heading to queen e5.
Queen takes
Nepo
e5.
is shaking his head. He's very unhappy with the things he's seeing on the board. No, he made some really, not huge blunders, but just slowly he gave away. After queen e1, things settled down for Tari.
Yeah, that was such a great regrouping of his pieces. They say that backward queen moves are actually the most difficult to spot, and there you can see the players repeating the moves. And we will have our second Armageddon of the day already, and it's only 7:21 p.m. So, Michelle...
They agreed already?
Yeah, I think so. No, they're still at the board.
No, they're still.
There we can see bird's eye view of the players, but there's nothing really to think about because the checks are just going to keep it coming.
Well, there is not much to think here.
I remember as a child that this was my thing that I did not like about chess. I felt that it was too much thinking.
Yeah.
For
a kid, it's always very difficult to handle that.
And often my opponents would start thinking one move away from checkmate, and I remember like being very forward with them. I said, "Look, you should have thought before. Now we're here. There's only one move you can play." And they said, "Shh, let me think." But yeah, definitely, it's okay now. Okay, here you go. Here it is. And the players will be agreeing a draw shortly.
No, I mean, Tari had a very difficult situation after the opening because I think he did not have experienced something like this, what can happen with the weaknesses after exchanging things on d5. So he got a very, very good lesson today, and he didn't have to pay the price for it.
Yeah.
Because he saved it. After that, he started to make some excellent saving moves.
But it just goes to show like the strength that Aryan has been displaying throughout this tournament.
Yeah, he's doing much better.
Yeah.
Much better than a year ago. So.
And there comes the fist pump. And brace yourself, Judit. We're in for another wild game of chess.
Yeah. Okay, so we can move on completely focusing for the next 15-20 minutes for sure, only on the last classical game which is running of this round. And rook a d1 is on the board, so now we have to figure out, well, first of all, Sergei has to figure out what to play, but he has to figure out whether he's able to play knight d5, and is that the best move? Actually, the situation is that the bishop on f7 stands excellent. I mean, it stands much better than on g6, no question about it.
Yeah.
And why it is also important not only to cover the e6 square which is extremely weak. But it's also very important that it attacks the b3 pawn. So I'm thinking maybe even rook a8 is possible, you know? Finally to bring away from a7 to a8. Because if now white takes knight b7, then black would just capture and play bishop b3. So this is not possible at all. And if white goes rook d8, then I think black can go, actually maybe even rook d8 is possible, giving up the pawn temporarily and go rook d3, looking for counter chances. So I think rook a8 maybe is another option, because we were discussing knight d5, which is also quite logical.
Yeah.
So this is a crucial moment in some ways, that how black is going to be reacting, what plan he is looking for to get out of that box. For example, what happens? Okay, let's take, I take and I go knight c8. What do you think? I go knight c8.
Knight c8 and then...
Yeah, and I go b6 next.
Yeah, looks like a good plan.
What a nice move. What do you think? Knight d7 with the idea after b6, knight b8.
Knight b8 and get all the knights on the back row.
Just somehow to be able to enter to d8.
Okay, but after knight d7, presumably
Rook
a8 would be happening quite quickly. And then the rook and the knight would like to be swapping places.
But okay, what happens? Takes, and a knight c8.
So knight c8, then I maybe...
We're going to have the next playoff at 7:45.
Ooh.
So 20 minutes from now.
That's going to be exciting. So
yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm curious how much Tari will be able mentally to prepare. Is he going to switch? Because as until now, we saw that players were playing mostly the same opening. Only today, Rapport played, they changed reversed colors. And the King's Indian was played with the other side.
Yeah.
But I'm curious what will be Tari's choice. I think he will go again the same. So it's Nepo who has to be thinking whether he's going to enter. And he will, because he had a better position. And he saw that he got a better position out of the opening.
Yeah, we might see something similar to what Magnus Carlsen did against Aryan, where they repeated the same line, but then made a slight variation.
Yeah, well, for Tari it didn't turn out to be too good, that one. But it can be much better this time.
No, yeah, well, that's, well, we're going to be in for a lot of excitement.
Yeah.
That's one thing that's guaranteed. Pieces will fly. And in answer to your question, Alireza...
Hopefully not in reality.
No, yeah.
No, I mean,
then we would hope the arbiter step in and kind of go, hang on a second. Okay, so we actually have a move from Alireza Firouzja.
So finally,
Sergei.
From Sergei, knight d5, he went the first logical reaction, what we looked.
Okay, and here we were looking at, so we looked at knight takes knight, and we were like,
yeah,
that doesn't seem to get too much of an advantage.
Knight takes d5, takes,
bishop takes.
Rook d1, bishop f7, sorry.
Bishop f7, and...
the next move is b6, whatever you do.
And believe it or not, the rook on d7 will be driven away.
I think black is just fine.
Oh,
so,
yeah. I wondered whether there were any tricks. If we go rewind to that position, knight takes knight, whether white had any tactical ideas. So, I think we were looking at rook takes.
Rook takes d5?
Yeah, rook takes. No, not this one, but in the position where the rooks came off. Oh, okay, here, yeah, and then now rook d. Rook
d1, knight c6, and this knight on c6 is so good.
Yeah.
It is so good. White has nothing, I think. Black will go b6, rook a8, nothing left for white.
Now I just wondered after rook d7, b6, whether there was...
Knight a6?
Yes. This is my... Is there anything like this?
That's a nice try. Well, rook a6, rook c7, bishop e8. Bad luck.
Yeah, better luck next time.
Yeah.
Almost. Almost working, but not quite good enough. Okay, but
No,
then there's
no,
nothing.
well, knight e4, bishop e6, rook comes back, oops, not to
Not-
d5, but to d2. And then still I have some hope to regroup my knight to b5, but I think
Yeah.
it's hardly going to work.
And what about... Yeah, knight c3 seems to be the only chance.
I think black can go here. Takes, knight b5, black can even go simple bishop c5 is possible, c6 is possible, but even to look for counter chances
And bishop
might
c2,
be. Maybe
yeah.
not, because now knight d5 and knight b6. So this is not so funny, but I think black just goes c6.
Yeah.
c6, knight d4, c5. And this
Yeah.
is it.
Yeah,
This is it.
great.
So we have on the board capture, capture on d5. So we're going to see a Armageddon here as well.
as well.
No question about it.
Okay. And whilst
think.
we're waiting for trades to take place, just like to ask you a question from Michelle, the 16th, who says, how possible in terms of percentage would you think it's plausible that Carlsen is working with Rapport for his World Championship match with Nepo? Because he could see a mile away that their game was becoming a very quick draw.
No, I don't think so. Actually, Nepo has a very strong team also, but I don't think Magnus is working. Maybe I don't think he was working before either.
I don't think.
I never
mean, I
heard that.
tried to ask Richard yesterday, like,
Yeah.
who are you working with?
Yes, but
Can
even
you
if he would be working, he would not
He said,
saying it.
no. I said, I work by myself. I said, right, okay. I said, is that really true? He said, yes, I don't study that much. And I'm like, yes.
No, I think he has his fixed team, of course. Nielsen, Peter Heine is his key person. And he's working with Fressinet, I think.
Yes.
And he has some old good for many years seconds.
Yeah. And of course, these are kind of not announced until the very end.
Usually I see that the tendency is that both camps, they say a few people, so they give, but they keep as well.
Yeah.
So they give some information that everybody is happy and satisfied that I have this and this and this guy. And then in the background, there is a second layer of the team, which is not public.
Yes.
And possibly it can be public after the match later.
Yeah.
And of course, there are whispering. Who is more and of course gossiping and circulating all kind of names, but usually of course at this post and in this situation the seconds has to be keeping secret totally. And of course it's very important, and mainly it's important because there's a lot of psychology in the match. I remember when I was a kid and I saw Kasparov-Karpov match. They had all kind of teams here and there, and letter bombs and all kind of things.
Yes.
Going back and forth. But the thing is that if you know who is the second, then you can learn his games and attitude and what he's specializing on, and that's already a very important information. So
Yeah.
the surprise will be not in effect.
And when you played the World Championship tournament, was it 2005? Yeah. What was that like with your seconds? Or did you?
I had 1 second. I was going with Mihail Marin, my friend, and for a long time.
Did you
he was
hide
helping
him?
me. No, he was always with me in the restaurant. and
Okay.
everything. But that was different. And also the others, they were not hiding. Others, though, it happens also that some of the seconds go on the site of the venue, and some of them are behind the computers, even probably either in their room in the hotel, or simply they are back in another country in their home, and that's how they deliver the different analysis and ideas.
So you've always worked with one person, or did you have a team behind you at one point?
Well, I was working with different people here and there. Like for that World Championship tournament, I was preparing with several people before in Budapest, but only with Marin I was going. He was joining me at the site.
Oh, what a brilliant experience.
Yeah, it is something difficult. One of the most difficult things, I think, when you're a professional chess player, to look for your sparring partner to work with, on what circumstances you work, right? You're just having someone, you can use both of you, the ideas you find, or only the one of the player can use those ideas. So there are some technicalities which has to be sorted out when you start working with someone.
Yes, because I just saw this interview with Kazimierz. Obviously, he was the long-time second of Caruana, and he was saying, yeah, you know, we still have to work out the details about the opening variations, and he kind of made it seem like it was a divorce, so to speak.
I didn't read that article.
And the victims were the opening variations.
Yeah, of course, when you have a second or serious trainer for a long time, it is something, a very intimate friendship, work, partnership, whatever, because you do work every day, like 6, 7, 8 hours. You tell all your problems, they know about everything because they're so much together. So, of course, it is very sensible.
Yeah, but you always had good relations with your seconds, right, and your trainers?
I had good relationship with my seconds, but I mean, I think it's very difficult when you divorce. And of course, in this case, of course, it's more difficult because when you play a title match and you play more and more and more events, which the stakes are very high, of course, that has a completely different level of stress and emotions and all those things. And I played only in 2005 the World Championship tournament. Otherwise, I was mostly playing very serious, very high-level competitions. But you shouldn't compare competitions to World Championship title matches. It's so different. I never played, but I was commentator, so I knew a lot about it, following them.
Yeah.
So hearing the stories and so on, it is very clear that it's on another level.
And you also played many World Cup knockouts.
Yeah, that's completely different again, because when you play a knockout, it's like in a tournament you might start badly, like in Vaikanze. I had the Vaikanze tournament where I played badly. It's a 13 or 14 rounds tournament, long, it is very cold. And in a classical tournament, you play, and then if you play bad, you can't get away. You're just stuck there.
Yes.
And you suffer for 2 weeks. In a knockout tournament, it's completely different, because every round you can put all your energy into it, because you know it's double or nothing. And then if you win, you get a little bit more tired, but at the same time you get a lot on the other side, that you're piped up that, wow, I won again, next stage I'm in, so I can fight again. And so that's a very different energy balance there, that when you lose, you just go home.
Yes.
So you cannot suffer so long that you're in bad shape, things don't work out, you have opening problems, and so on and so forth. So this is why it is very different. And also when you lose a game and then you are in a must-win situation, it also has a completely different psychological situation. Because in a tournament you don't have a must-win situation, right? Unless it's the last round or something like that, and it's a must-win situation to win the tournament. Yeah. But I had this once, one of the most memorable match I had in a knockout. It was 2011 against Dominguez. I lost the first game with white, then I won the second in the classical, then we had the playoff. It was rapid, going back and forth, win, loss, win, loss, win, loss. And then it was one end game I won, which was incredible, that I was able to win 112 moves. Rook, bishop against rook.
The same one that you defended.
Yeah, the
this
same
time,
setup.
This time you were
and
the
actually,
only-
I knew the winning plan, everything I knew, but somehow it was on the other side of the board, and then I was not. Somehow I missed it, and by the time I found it, he could have made a repetition of threefold.
Yes.
You know, and then so people were asking, why didn't he claim the repetition and so on. So that was one of the most memorable knockout matches I had. We played 8 games. So that's a completely different situation.
Yeah, I must admit, I've only ever played one World Cup knockout. And no, I played 2, but one of them I only got to tie breaks. And that was very stressful. To make that adjustment like the players are going to have to do now was very difficult because, like you said, you know, you spend your energy for the day preparing on these classical matches, and then to suddenly turn and just focus immediately after on something that's much, much faster.
Yeah, I mean, imagine that this game they play the Armageddon and then it already decides whether you go home or you continue, right? I mean, here it's only decided that who has half a point more. But there it's double or nothing. You can go home if you lose the playoff or already from the first 2 classical.
But we saw from yesterday and actually the previous day that those players involved in the Armageddon, for them it was no less emotional than it was in the World Cup. I mean, like we saw Richard come into the studio with his hands trembling, and he had to take a few minutes just to calm himself down.
Yeah.
And I think the same goes for anyone. You know, it's intense.
They are so much in the game during that 15-20 minutes, right? And we are just about in a few minutes to start the playoff of Aryan Tari and Napo.
Yeah. So you think it will be a repetition of moves then?
I think it's going to be E4 and it's going to be Najdorf, yes.
You've been right on this. You've said most of the time they will repeat the same variation that they tried in the classical, and I'm going to follow the trend. So yes,
we'll see. But I see that the Karyakin actually is going to save this. I don't see too much of a problem for him. If let's say Rook takes D5, I was wondering what happens if Rook goes to E8, King F7, and Rook goes to C8. And after B6, what happens if, let's say, White goes C4?
Can the bishop step backwards?
You know, there's a nice move after B6. What about F5?
Ooh, in the style of Bobby Fischer.
It is nice, but it's not good. That's the only problem. I mean, this is not possible. But what about C4?
So C4, bishop will step backwards, I think.
Bishop E6.
Preserve the integrity. Can you play knight takes bishop and then try to...
Well, takes and G4.
G4.
Yeah, this can be dangerous for black.
But suddenly I feel that the rook on A7 has become...
Again, it's not
I can imagine a situation where the knight will...
But maybe black goes knight B4.
Yeah, exactly. And then,
so
then it will be C5 and then the genie is out of the bottle and that's it. No problems for black.
Well, we have this on the board. Rook exchange has been played. Okay, so what about F5? Then knight D5. No, that's not good.
No. Hard. 3 minutes to kick off for the Armageddon
and suddenly,
game.
I mean, this is what we were talking about, right? That the main battle is about the B6 knight, whether it can rescue itself and then play B6. If he can, it's going to be a draw. If not, then he's going to lose. So this is why probably what we were discussing, that after F4, F6, I go back to that position. So in this position, after F4, F6, knight E6 was the move. So after all, and you know, it's typical that if they play the Armageddon game, Alireza plays F4, black plays F6, instantly he would be moving knight E6, I think.
Yes.
It's not a question, because immediately it's just inviting so much to put your knight on E6.
Right.
But you start thinking a classical game says,
and you don't.
I make even a better move.
Right.
The even a better move is always dangerous.
But maybe, you know, I just feel that the knight e6 is again a very instinctive, intuitive move. But the reaction for black is very clear. It's going to step forward with the rook.
Yep.
And I'm not sure this idea of clamping down with the pawns, you know, first of all f5 and then c4 is going to be very easy to spot.
No, but I'm not sure this is the only move. You think that's the only move?
Otherwise,
Knight d5.
knight d5 is perhaps going to be happening. So I think you...
Of course, after f5, white gives away the e5
Yeah,
square.
exactly.
So it's not so simple.
No, definitely not.
But it was clear in this position that black has a very difficult moment. I mean, it's white who is pressing and...
yeah. And
okay,
Shall
so
we-
let's see.
should we check up on the game between Aryan Tari and Jan Nepomniachtchi, the World Championship Challenger of 2021? And
So let's see how they got ready psychologically.
who do you think from the body language looks the most relaxed? Oh, the fist pump again.
I think they are both okay.
Okay.
Completely. Oops, and knight c3, not knight f3. He switched. Tari switched. Which is maybe not a bad decision to make. And it's his line. I think he was playing this quite a few times. I remember last year he was playing this system, also with the white pieces. So black has already played knight a5, wants to capture the white square bishop. Actually, I'm surprised on this. Bishop b5, bishop d7, bishop c4. Do player play this?
Yes,
Yeah?
is the answer to that. And the
they're
highest rated
happy?
player is Jobova.
Yeah,
Badur
Jobova
Jobova
is a
against-
creative player himself, with a lot of creative ideas. So let's see. Tari wants to castle long. h4. Go for it.
Knight e7 and okay, not too many games here, actually only three games, and some of them have gone a3, some of them have even gone castle queenside, which I think
Yeah, but I think it's overdoing
It's too much.
I also said it, but I regretted it. I think black just goes b5 or something.
okay, he's
After-
gone e5, right?
Yeah, e5 is very typical, yeah.
Okay, so
But,
I'm expecting
what about
d5.
d5, bishop b3, b5.
Correct. Lock in that bishop. But hang on a second. Is there any... Yeah.
I don't like this white square bishop. to be
Okay,
honest.
so after d5, he has to go
Well, bishop
b5.
b5, you
b5
mean?
is the only move, right? Or knight... Is there some knight b5 traps?
I don't know, that's an interesting idea. Knight b5 takes, check. But I don't know, just take it back, or what's the idea? Knight
Yeah, the
g5?
idea was probably to play knight g5 and forward, forward, forward until the end. And
But it's interesting that now Nepo started to think. So he understands that it's an important moment to decide. And he went knight f5. Bishop b5 back. I didn't like it on c4 anyway.
yeah, I think this is good. Okay, so what happens after black just castles? Or is there going to be some issues?
Well, after castle, white would exchange and knight e4. The knight on a5 stands a bit strange. But now isn't this a pawn? Takes and knight d5?
Yeah, unless it's, yes, queen takes, and now knight takes
Okay.
d5.
Well, knight takes d5, queen takes d5, bishop
Bishop
a5,
takes.
let's say c4, looking for counter chances, but after all, pawn is a pawn.
But now the bishop can drop back,
Yeah,
and then d4 is coming, and
Well, probably CD, queen d3, knight d5 is on the board.
Wait, we have some...
And e takes d5 and queen b5. So that's where he's looking for counterplay. Okay, got it, but I'm not sure I like it for black. I don't know. What about bishop c3, pushing d4,
bishop d2,
bishop d2 or
maybe
a4
first.
Yeah. Queen b6. Let's say a5, queen b5, bishop d2.
Bishop d2.
So we have bishop c3 on the board. Let's see, d4,
okay.
Bishop d2. He did not play a4.
And instead
I don't know why.
castling.
I think he just forgot to play a4. But okay, I like it. Castle, he goes g4, e6 is there, knight g5.
What happens if, okay, he castles. I was going to suggest a move like that, but I think it's way too risky just to capture the pawn with the queen.
I don't know if he's going to go g4. Maybe rook fc1 to defend.
I like your g4 move. And then after that, rook b1, and then take a pawn on the 7th row. Push the e6 pawn, e5 pawn.
Yeah, it's possible, absolutely a possibility to play g4 and then rook b1 and rook b7.
Yep.
But he goes queen e4, which is also quite interesting because he wants to go not grabbing pawns, but go g4 and f5. So this is a quite interesting move. I like it. It has new ideas.
What about b6?
b6.
Yeah,
and what about
greedy.
g4? What about g4 and f5?
That's over there.
Okay. Okay, you play on the queen side, I play on the king side. Fine.
Okay, so yeah, g4 looks dangerous. Yeah. g4 looks very dangerous, and then f5.
After the first game, which Tari completely misunderstood the strategy of that position against Rapport, he's playing pretty well and he creates his chances.
This is what I'm saying. You know, it was a really bad game.
He definitely plays much better than last year. He creates, he scores also, and he simply has chances for himself even to score the full point. I would just go g4, f5 without too much of hesitation.
g4 would be very good. I mean, there's only one kind of spanner in the works.
It's
okay,
there.
So, and now the knight comes into e3.
This is what I had in mind, that he's going to go to e3, but okay, fine. Still, f5 is very strong. Rook e1, rook e3, f5. I wanted to go f5. I don't know why he didn't go f5 first.
Is there now chances for Nepomniachtchi himself to kind of try to...
Nepo is very fast, this is clear. But
well,
his position is...
very shaky. Queen takes pawn, and...
he will want to have some counterplay somehow with rook e3.
Rook e3. I like your idea of just going f5.
I just want to go f5.
Okay, it's on the board, Judit.
Board.
Okay, so f5, and then the next move would be f6. Look out that bishop.
Yeah, yeah.
So, what to do?
We can say many things, but not that we have a boring game.
No, absolutely not. Pawn...
Nepo is playing pretty fast, but now I think he's challenged by white pretty much, because his bishop can get in huge trouble.
Right. I mean, if you were to go pawn takes pawn, then there would be horrible lines opened up. That is
kind of tricky.
Attack,
what about playing rook e8? So f6 is not possible.
Rook e8
and it's on the board.
On the board.
Because after f6, bishop takes f6. Though at this point, I think knight g5 kind of moves can be extremely dangerous. e6 can be very painful. I think e6 is very strong.
I also quite like...
Extremely dangerous for
I also
Nepo.
quite like your idea of going knight g5.
No, but after knight g5, bishop e5 and on h2.
Okay, yeah.
I'm gone. So e6 has to be the move.
e6.
e6, because after e6,
Okay, it's on the board.
this is not funny for black
And
at all,
what
because
happens
knight
if bishop?
g5.
Okay, pawn takes pawn first.
Where f takes e6.
Yep.
But then f takes g6.
Ooh.
But he went queen a2. Queen a2. This is how he defended the f7 pawn. And now there are a lot of interesting things. Of course, knight g5 is the first one, which was strange he did not play.
Well, he's played rook takes
Rook
pawn.
e3, but now the black squares at some point bishop d4 may show up. So maybe what about rook d8? Rook a d8.
Yeah, rook a d8, and then you can't play your knight to g5 idea.
Well, still probably I would play knight g5, giving up this, but it gets kind of tricky, I think. I'm not sure.
Okay,
F takes e6, because after f g6 probably black wants to go queen d5. So maybe he's going to grab back f takes e6, but that is not going to be enough, I think. While after fg queen d5, gh7 king goes out, and this might be savable for black, I think.
So what about making moves like
Queen g6, bishop d4.
I was thinking f6 is the kind of move that I want to be playing.
Yeah, it's a nice move f6, but I think it's not
Bishop
going
takes.
to be enough.
And then kind of move the knight somewhere. But then the problem
I
is
betted on Nepo, but he was very close to have troubles.
okay, f takes g6, and now
Yeah.
we're expecting queen to
h6.
d5.
No, but he
h6.
didn't play. He just says, I have time to defend myself.
Ah, but
I'm not
I
sure
liked your
he's true.
move, queen d5.
I'm not sure he's true. He's right.
I really liked your move. Okay, so now what about? I want to play g5.
That's the move, and now he goes queen d5. What about queen h4? But still I'm worried for white, for the black diagonal there with bishop d4.
Queen h4.
Queen f5. This I'm not sure. What about knight e5, queen g5? Okay.
So his idea is after pawn takes pawn, there will be
Queen
takes
g6
g6 check,
King
and
h1, and then bishop
and
queen h6.
So, yep.
Which is still not easy, because white goes back to queen e4.
Okay.
And the rook is coming in the next move to the g file. So black has to be going queen h7, then white goes queen g4, and the rook is there.
Yeah. So maybe that game will be a bit more balanced there, because the queen will simply offer herself up for a trade. Okay, pawn
Well,
takes.
maybe black saves already himself.
So Aryan Tari in a must-win situation.
Queen
and he plays
h5.
queen h5. Yeah, but what's this?
No, now
this
it's,
doesn't quite look
I
right.
think it's just turned around.
I mean,
What is the plan for white?
well, I thought maybe he had the idea of playing rook to h4, but it's not going any. Rook,
Rook f6.
Rook
That's a
f6.
neat move.
nice, very, very nice. And knight can't move. The pawn can't take the rook, and
After
it looks
rook
like
rook
it's
e5.
all gone completely
Rook
wrong.
e5.
Rook e5, but then you go queen
Queen
takes
g6.
g6.
Yes.
But
And
then-
after that, moving the queen away.
Well, you're going to have to try that.
The queen g4, g5. Yeah, cute move.
So Ariana desperately trying
And
to
he
generate
goes down.
something.
He goes down in time also.
But he's just lost the thread of this. I mean, he had such a great
What
position,
about
and
rook
now
g4?
it's totally messy.
What about rook g4?
But it's still the same thing. Rook takes pawn.
Rook takes pawn, knight h4.
Ah, yes. Okay.
This is what we have. So knight h4 probably. What, bishop d4 or bishop d4 check?
Okay.
Oops. Takes rook g5. Bye.
Oh. What a devastating loss for Aryan Tari.
Yeah, and what chances he had.
Yeah, we have to go back and check out that position.
I mean, in this position,
how?
I didn't like rook e3. I think rook e3 is something that you don't have time for.
Okay, so
I wanted to go knight g5 here.
Knight g5, and then.
Why didn't he play knight g5? I don't know.
Maybe there's some pawn takes pawn, but I guess.
But it's pawn takes pawn, then f6.
And that's a disaster, so that's not going to be satisfactory. Any other moves that black can try? For instance, the bishop coming out to...
Well, bishop d4, let's say.
No, but bishop d4, pawn takes pawn. Sorry, I have to be clear. E takes f7. No, you also have e takes f7
Yes,
check.
but that's only an exchange.
You want more?
Well, with those pawns on the left, on the queen side.
Yeah.
Takes.
Yep.
I mean, the black has e3 pawn, or black has all those pawns. So that's why I thought that simply after bishop d4, f takes g6 will be a killer. Because black's huge problem is that after takes, queen b7. And after e2, I'm just going to go king h1, you take the rook.
You're going to give everything.
I take back, and your only move is bishop g7, right?
Yes.
Okay, and maybe it's enough. I don't know. Maybe this way you can survive. That's possible.
So, knight g5 is the winning blow.
It is winning.
It is the winning, yeah. And after f takes, so we were looking at f takes
e6, f6.
f6. That was
so bishop
that was
d4.
Bishop d4, and here the winning move is just to go. Gosh,
king h1?
This is lovely.
King h1.
Rook e2.
Oh, okay.
And this is
okay. Rook a2 and then queen b7.
Rook e2, and after queen takes, this is just spectacular. After queen takes rook, we have pawn takes pawn check, and king moves anywhere, and it doesn't matter because you have pawn takes rook. It's as simple as that when you have a machine helping you.
Yeah, with machine it's somehow easier. But why is this winning?
So king,
rook e8, queen takes e8 simply.
Yeah.
Queen g4 check, king h1. No, but this
queen
is
b7 check.
No,
now
that's what
now
I
you
thought.
do your idea of queen b7 check, and then
queen h7, queen g5, queen
Yeah.
g6, queen h5.
yeah. So we should show that. That's very, very nice.
No, but in this position after queen a2, I felt that rook e3 is not the move.
It's a step in the wrong direction because you want to
You don't
carry
have
on the
time. I mean, these are the situations when you start an attack, you have to go all the way. You cannot step out of it and then you go back again, right? It's like swimming and then you say, okay, I'm not doing anything for 3 minutes, and then I continue.
Yes.
You're drowning, and this is what happened.
Exactly. Someone, I think it was David Howell, he was telling me that when you have the initiative and you're on the attack, it's like riding a bicycle. You have to keep on pedaling.
Yes.
You just can't keep, you just can't stop.
Yeah.
And here rook takes pawn, I agree, was, as we saw,
No, but he
it's a little
played
bit
well.
too slow.
He played well.
He's been making good opening
after
choices.
bishop b, I didn't like here some moves, but then he went here, he took the pawn. Actually, it was a blunder. It was a blunder by Napo, right? So, okay, he went here, and then queen e4, g4, knight e3, rook e1, f5, e6. So actually he had this spirit, right?
And here is just...
And then let's see what's going on between
let's go back
Alireza.
because I see there has been some progress. There was once upon a time a rook on a7.
yeah. After rook d5, bishop
and after
d5.
some adventures.
Yes. And let's see how he was trying still. Rook d1, bishop f7. He went on to play f5. And Yeah, and here he did not play b6 because probably he was worried about knight e6, and that's why he decided to go, it's time, and he did not want to waste time, so to go rook a8, rook d7, rook c8, and other passive situation. And after knight b7, black is hesitating and thinking right now how to play. Of course, the most natural move is to take on b3, but probably white wants to go back, knight c5. And then bishop c2, but then probably g4 or something, because after knight e6, black can capture the pawn. So that this would be actually some material loss for white, I believe. This is why after bishop c2, white will have to make g4, I think. But after g4, knight e5 is there, and it seems like black is kicking away.
And do you think the game will just end in a repetition? Say, for instance, the rook goes to e. So say in
No,
that
there are
position,
still some ideas. No, after rook e7,
knight goes back.
I don't know,
to
because
c6.
the bishop on c2 can get in danger. Possibly. But also there is another move, which I wanted to say, which happened also in the game, that knight e5 first. So chase the rook, if rook e7, still chasing the rook, and only after that to capture the b3. So after knight e5, white has to make a decision where he's going to be moving with his rook. And don't forget that it's a different color bishop endgame. So in many cases, even if black is going to be losing a pawn, without the knight, it can be easily drawn.
That's true. But again, I always find the presence of opposite colored bishops is kind of very double-edged, so to speak. Can be very drawish, but also at the same time can be incredibly dangerous, because the side who is pressing will be able to press infinitely on one color complex. And
Yes, but I remember when I was a kid, they told me, okay, different color bishop is just a dead draw. And then I just forgot it that, yeah, if you have a pawns only on the board, it's like a lot of the opposite color bishop endgames are drawn. But immediately when you have extra pieces like rooks on the board or queens on the board, that's a whole different story of having different color bishops. So it can be extremely dangerous.
I once went to a 2-hour lecture by Jon Ludvig Hammer, the Norwegian Grandmaster, on rooks and opposite color bishops. And I thought, well, like you, like it's quite drawish, but no, here when the position is closed and there's lots of pawns on different sides of the board, then it becomes a completely different kettle of fish. I mean, it all becomes about controlling the game. It becomes about taking those small steps and depriving your opponent of activity and improving the pieces. And suddenly it became like an art form, and ever since then I've been fascinated.
Yeah, I had an amazing game victory against Jean Lettier. I also included this in the last chessable course I have. I'm so proud of that game. It was a rook bishop against rook bishop in a Sveshnikov kind of position. And it was just so difficult that I had the activity with the rook bishop, and it seemed like completely drawish. But because of my king maneuver going completely around and entering into the black's territory, I was able to win the game. So that was
making a note of that game
Lettier,
right now.
in Las Palmas.
Las Palmas.
Yeah, Las Palmas. I think it was 95.
Okay.
With white.
Check it out.
That was, I think, the best different color endgame I had.
Okay, that is one to put in my endgame database. I have my studies database and my endgame database where I'm trying to collect.
That's very important. That's very nice, because I also had a nice game against Van der Ster, and that was also, but that was already with queens.
That doesn't matter.
And it's a Olympiad in Istanbul.
Okay, so
that was also
2012 or 2000?
No, 2000. 2000, and I was playing. It was a Queen's Indian. We just exchanged rooks and everything, and okay, drawish, and then I started to play on, and somehow I was maneuvering and all those things. and I just won. So it is a very nice example also how little by little you just improve your position, and then when you take away space from your opponent, then you're able to win.
And well,
Rook
we have
E7.
a move, Rook E7.
I have the feeling that I don't know how long is this game gonna last.
So so after a move like knight c6, offering to repeat the position. Okay, it's happening.
Yeah, it's happening. Knight c6.
And can
So
Alireza
let's go for
keep?
the Armageddon game.
Let's copy everyone, you know.
Repeat as yesterday.
Exactly. So, I mean, is there any way that Firouzja can keep the game alive? For instance, retreat the rook to...
Yeah, this was important, I think, because if not knight c6, but black would be taking bishop b3, then knight c5, and
we were looking
actually even here it's possible to play knight c6 back, but the idea is that if white can reach out to e6 with his knight, then it's better. So rook d7 back, knight e5. So let's see whether Alireza still wants to fight on, but I feel that it's not worth doing it. It's better to go to the next game. There is not real chances for white. Black has a fantastic outpost there with knight on e5. It's a beautiful knight. And also once the black bishop takes on b3, I mean the a4 pawn is just as weak as the a5. And he moves on.
And he moves backwards.
So maybe I'm completely wrong.
So, okay, now we expect...
Knight c6. Of course, he went back.
Hang on a second. If he puts his rook on d7...
It's a threefold repetition.
It's a threefold repetition, right? Ooh.
Yes, because there was actually no other way, right? Because if bishop b3, then as the rook defended the a4 pawn, the knight would be capturing on a5. So this is why knight c6 was a must. And okay, so now the real question comes, whether he wants to play on and press and try to win the impossible, or getting ready to the playoff.
Have a look at the clock situation, 24 minutes.
It's roughly the same.
It's the same.
That is not going to make a difference.
No. Still a few more moves before that 10-second increment is added. Okay.
I mean, the thing is that sorry.
No, I was just saying, like if Alireza really wants to play on.
Yeah, but the thing is that in some positions you have to admit that, okay, it was not good enough. And in some cases you say, no, I want to win it by any means and I'm going to fight for it. But there are some moments where just better to call the day off and say, okay, I couldn't convert my little advantage into victory, so okay.
One of my friends gave me that advice.
And he moves on.
And he moves on. Okay, the rook goes backwards. One of my friends actually gave me that advice after I saved a drawn position. I say I saved because I actually tried to win it and nearly ended up losing it. And then by the skin of my teeth, I managed to save it. And he just turned around to me and he said, my friend goes, Jovi, sometimes you just have to accept it is a draw. And move on, like you said. So I've remembered that. And, I also quite like the advice that, you do what the position demands of you.
Yeah,
you don't try to impose your will.
At the same time, if you're not getting worse and you have your fighting spirit and you press your opponent, maybe out of 8 or 10 games, you may win that extra half a point. So it depends very much on the position, but I don't know, I don't feel that white really has such a powerful options. I mean, black should be playing probably, what about just playing bishop c4?
Yeah.
And moves like knight e6, so this is a question whether can white press a little bit further with knight e6. And then let's say bishop e6, f takes e6, rook e8, rook d7, rook e6, rook c7. I don't know, I don't feel that this is going to be a big deal for white. Knight can go to e5.
Okay, let's try this endgame. So it does look quite relevant. So the knight comes to e5, like you say, and then rook.
I can also keep my knight there.
Okay. But then you need
But
to
my
make
king,
a move.
I have a problem with my king. But okay, what about playing rook e1 check? King f2, going rook a1.
The bishop moves.
Knight e5.
Okay, and if you just
Of course.
gamble everything and...
I mean, it's also possible just to go back to f7. So after knight e6,
you're not obliged to take it. But
yes,
even
but
so,
you
the
don't
line...
want to have rook on d7.
No. But knight
And
e5 is possible.
Knight e5 is possible.
Yeah, and then g6 is maybe coming. So,
And bishop f7 is on the board.
okay. And if white were just to kind of go king f2, not do
No, but the thing
anything-
is, white also can get worse, you know? I mean, you just play king f2, and then
Yeah.
after knight e5, you have to look around at who is better in this position. Because suddenly knight comes to c4, your bishop on a3 can get in trouble. I don't know, maybe I'm too pessimistic the way I'm looking at it from white's point of view. But the square e5 is extremely important for black.
But you can't fight for that one with the white pieces. It's not like you can stop
No, you
the
can't.
knight
You
getting
can't.
to e5.
You
So you
can't.
just have to generate some place somewhere.
Knight
So knight
e6.
e6. And, okay, so
Well,
we
it
might be
seems like
headed
we are heading
straight
what we
into
just
bishop
looked at.
takes knight or knight e5. Those are the two.
Yeah, knight e5 I think is just...
Knight e5 looks quite normal.
Knight e5, rook d5, knight c4.
The bishop moves to c5. Why not? And
I don't know, rook e8.
and then this is your idea. Knight takes. Rook takes pawn. And now rook check. Down on e1 and then
Well,
rook
check
a1.
and rook a1 for
Exactly.
example. Yeah.
And this is not so dangerous for black.
Well, let's see what Sergei has in mind, which is the best defense. And he goes g6, h5. I like this move. I like this move. I kind of like that. And after rook d7, knight e5. So actually this is a very nice move. Because rook d7 is not a threat. Black can just go knight e5 and rook c7 is not possible to bishop e6, right? And if rook e7, black can just chase the rook. And if white comes back,
Then the knight
then
will retreat.
yeah.
Although attack, yes.
Or just attack this one. h5 is nice.
I
Well-
like this trick. Rook takes pawn, not possible because the bishop takes knight.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. Nice idea. Okay, so h5. With ideas.
No, and it's not only that. I think after, I mean, generally speaking, g5, g6 is a very serious threat by now, because after g4 takes knight e5, right? So black has this plan of g6. He might even be thinking to play g4, h4 sometimes to block. So now white really has to decide. Well,
Maybe just improve the bishop. It's not really working. Put
To
it
go
on
where? Bishop c5?
c5.
But what about playing g6, g4, takes, and knight e5, and suddenly something is hanging over there, right? Knight here and knight f3 also. I mean, of course, it's extremely difficult to ruin it for white all the way to lose it. But at this point, it's very important to keep it under control from Firouzja.
Yeah. Okay, so, but it's...
I mean, it's equal position, I think.
Yeah, but this knight coming to e5, suddenly black's position starts
knight
looking
on
very
e5,
nice, and
that makes
h5 is deep, you know, with the idea of playing g6.
Are we going to have our winners?
Unfortunately, when it comes to remembering what I predicted, I don't remember.
No, but if Nepo is going to be visiting us and share his thoughts.
Yes. Well,
those are the questions.
The word on the street is that yes, he is coming, but we just have to wait.
Yeah, I think seeing Sergei, he's completely comfortable in this position, that he has no doubt that he's going to be saving this position. I mean, the way he sits there, it's like full confident.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay,
so
and we are going to take a short pause as we get ready to interview Jan Nepomniachtchi in the studio.
So we would like to welcome Nepomniachtchi, the winner of this round against Aryan Tari. It was not an easy day for you as far as we were following the game. Can you share your thoughts on the first game?
Well, there are no easy days here, you know, if you're a chess player. Well, I clearly, I believe I played poorly in a classical game because I was given like a brilliant chance at least to get some completely dominant endgame.
But
so
but did you get a better game already after in this position?
Well,
let's say exchanging.
Maybe slightly better for black, slightly better. But after queen d5, queen c6, I believe okay, rook f d1 looks much more logical, but then rook a d1. But maybe that's not critical. And here after he played rook a d1, king d7, I thought like okay, this game shouldn't be too hard. But actually after b3. I think, well, first of all, I could just take on d5 and enjoy this better position, and then play rook b8 or something, yeah, like knight d2, bishop g5.
Yeah, this is what we had
in mind. Like if you play knight c4, and okay, taking on b3, knight b6, and I guess even king d6, and, or g6, I don't know what's better, but maybe not, in order not to allow taking on e5, you play king d6. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this knight on d6 is, I don't think it's really that active, yeah, so we should be worried about it. And also, you know, the first rank is slightly weak, so white needs some more moves to consolidate. I mean, okay, this is clearly, you know, some nice edge. And another option was either to play queen b7 after queen a5. So, I mean, probably rook c8, you know, putting the rook in an open file shouldn't be moved to spoil something. You know, after queen a5, queen b7.
Weren't you thinking rook b8 immediately?
Yeah, but maybe then he takes, plays rook d3. This also was the way, you know, to play on for a win, indeed. But I was trying to
rook
find...
b6?
Yeah, I guess knight d2 he plays here, bishop g5 and rook d1, and yeah, and bishop takes d2, rook 3 to d2, and trying to hold this position, which is perhaps quite holdable because, okay, we end up in a rook endgame with this a-pawn, which, you know, we should even prove, like, probably rook b1, yeah, we should even prove this is so much winning, so probably with some precise moves, like rook d5, rook a5 also would be the idea, yeah, so e5 is hanging. So maybe rook, yeah, maybe rook c8 is a good move, but again, after queen e5, yeah, queen b7 was a better move according at least to computer. But then, okay, I didn't really want to leave the d6 pawn unprotected. So here knight d2 is a way to lose the queen after rook c5.
Yeah, that's
as it might seem, but well, probably it's almost like if before, then already I have all the chances to win this pawn.
And
like
the queen, maybe
rook b2. So queen probably will survive, but after rook b2 or something, I'm trying to sneak the pawn. And okay, at least maybe it's still quite drawish, yeah, you know, if you improve your knight, but it would end up in something like 4-3 or 5-4. But anyway, you know, black is clearly pressing. And in case of rook d3, I believe here was the move I didn't see. It was rook b2. And yeah, okay, probably rook e2 looks a little bit careless, but in fact, I don't know, black is doing you know, very fine on knight d2, also rook c5. That's
I keep wondering your...
Yeah,
so actually after rook e2, you don't want to take on e4, you want to trap the queen with rook c5.
Yeah, indeed. But you know, probably the lesson I should pull out of this game is don't remove your rook from the open file, yeah? Especially if you put it there, you know, one move ago.
So you consider rook b8 was the inaccuracy?
But somehow I thought, like, anyway, rook b8 is much better, but...
I thought king f8 was slow.
I don't know, but he wants just to play queen e1 or rook d1 and then knight d2, knight c4, and suddenly I can't, you know, I can't do anything about it. So maybe I should have taken on e4 and then return on c6, but this would result, I believe, in a very unclear position, so, you know, white pawns are slightly... you know, slightly ahead. So, well, it looks like it should be better, but you know, computer somehow plays maybe queen e7, queen e3, so it's not in a hurry to trade anything in rook d1. So probably, yeah. Well, of course, if okay, my pawn looks like d4, e4, it's taking. So yeah, probably. I don't know, I didn't see where I can improve, but yeah, somehow all this tactics favors white, and after queen
e1 was a very strong move, wasn't it?
I expected something like knight d1, but after queen e1 I didn't really see how I can proceed. So maybe what I did was very smart. But here also rook c3 was the move, and yeah, here after rook takes d6, rook takes d6. Well, actually queen d4, I would probably play something like h6, king g8, if I saw that he can play rook d8 check and force a draw, because I
had the feeling that
illusion that here after queen e5 I may still play, let's say, rook b1, and this might be slightly unpleasant. Yes, so since I traded a pair of rooks, then I try to win a 4 pawn, and if g3, then probably takes on f1 and queen f3. Yeah, queen f3 immediately is not so good due to rook d8 check. Okay. I guess, yeah. But here queen f3, well, probably with some precise moves, white is, you know, doing perfectly fine here, like queen c5, I don't know, rook b6, yeah, might also be good enough, yeah. Rook b6, maybe rook b6.
Rook b6 is losing queen d1 check and then take.
Yeah, so, well, it still can be tricky, yeah, queen h1, rook b1, queen d1, so some ideas. Yeah, but what he did is just a draw by force.
Yeah, and then what about your second game? That was quite nerve-wracking, I think.
Well, maybe.
No?
Actually, I wouldn't underestimate, you know, this half a point you're getting for this Armageddon game, but yeah, clearly after I blundered knight takes d5, the game didn't go my way. So here bishop c4 is a nice intermezzo. I think he could also include a4, so there's nothing wrong. With a4, king b6, a5, just improving his pawn structure. Yes. Looked very smart, and maybe so maybe, you know, this whole idea with queen b5 is wrong, so I should have played queen takes d5.
I thought, actually, that's what I was considering.
Yeah, b5 and
okay.
c4.
Don't
look
for compensation.
You know, you're good with the draw, but somehow I was a little bit in berserk mode after the classical game, and I wanted to win with black.
You absolutely wanted to win here.
Yeah, I thought like, okay, here I thought I'm just better, but...
Really? You were not afraid with the pawn storm?
Of course I was afraid, but
you have to keep your
It didn't
optimism.
prevent me from my delusions. Yes. So here maybe rook e8 was imprecise. Maybe I should have played something different. But I mean, in general, this is very
Probably
easy to play
because
as
here you were rook e3 was bad, knight
this
knight
looks
g5,
knight g5. Like here I wanted to take on g6, on e6 probably.
and after f6.
Probably take
Just
on
to take.
f6 and queen d5 and pray.
But rook g6, no?
Rook g6, but
And rook g8?
good part that you didn't play. Aryan Tari, yeah?
I was defending.
But maybe rook f6, rook e7, I don't know. But I mean, of course, the position is
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah,
So
yeah, it was,
I wouldn't be surprised, of getting mated in a couple of moves. But somehow after I found this cheapo with queen d5, queen a5, queen g6,
No, that was actually this very
I
nice
started
ending.
to feel,
Yeah, the queen
very,
is.
very slightly optimistic about my game. And then I guess rook f6, if it's not a blunder, I think it should be a good move.
No, that was a very neat move.
Yeah, but I guess after rook f6 it's hard for white. But I mean, okay, there's nothing wrong with rook a8, I guess here. Yes?
Yeah, but this was
But
style.
rook f6, yeah, somehow finally I want to triple my pawns on f5 and attack on g6. And here, for the first time in the game, I started to feel,
Feel good.
Yeah, starting probably from move h, when I blundered this idea.
Well, anyway, congratulations.
Thank you.
What do you think about the time control? What do you favor if you can choose, or when you play with white or black? Do you have experience enough to have a clear opinion on that in the Armageddon, which is better?
So mathematically it slightly favors white, so it's like not, if the Armageddon would be like 5 against 3.5, it would be just the same, yeah, 10 against 7, 5 against 3.5, but normally Armageddon is played 5 against the 4 minus, yeah? So it slightly favors white, but in general in rapid chess it's kinda easier, yeah, so you still have the time to think. I guess in general, black, it's slightly easier to play as black in Armageddon always, yeah, because you need only 2 results, and somehow if you're still in your book and you're not pulled out into some, unknown territories, I don't think you should be too upset with losing 3 minutes, yeah. Trading 3 minutes for a draw is nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, now I have one question. So you have like 20 minutes before the classical match to transition into an Armageddon. I mean, how have you been finding that? I mean, what do you do in the pauses?
Today I was just blaming myself for playing that badly in a classical game. So I don't know if it helped me actually, the result finally was in my favor. Yeah, but in general, for example, in the World Cup, when it's like key open tournament, you are like all ears, you are listening to your seconds and you're trying to prepare as much as you can. But here it's basically, after all, I would say that there is not so much at stake. Yeah? So like half a point, it's not a tragedy if you win or lose.
Well, it's understandable, but it keeps the audience entertained.
Yeah, the audience is surely happy, but who thinks about me?
Yeah? Well, now you won again, so congratulations. We don't keep you up. I will leave you to rest, and we are looking forward for your next game. Good luck.
Thank you.
And welcome back. Yes, what a fine interview by Jan Nepomniachtchi, showing us all those variations and showing us that confidence, in fact, matters in those crucial moments. But we are going to go straight over to the game between Firouzja and Sergei Karyakin, because that game has also ended in a draw. And we will just check out how the game actually panned out, because we left it and we considered that the position was very equal, Black had basically wriggled out of a bad position.
Yes, it's clear that Sergei was suffering after the opening. It was some very big trouble well, it was a very passive position having his rook on a7. But after h5, and actually we stopped and we were analyzing that, I was convinced that already Black has no problem at all, because it is fantastic square for the e5, for the knight on e5. And it's interesting that Alireza was going on and fighting still, and he didn't repeat here, he didn't repeat there. So he has this extremely huge energy as 18-year-old, that no matter what, I had a better position, I still want to fight for it, I still want to show you that I'm still better and give you a hard time. But of course, Karyakin is not the player who is going to be frightened with these kind of things, especially after having such a very, very difficult tied-up position before. So here, I think for him it was already, he was sure about it, that he saves it. White played rook d5, and then rook e8 happened, rook d7, captured on e6, takes, and finally they reached this position where suddenly Black has a very stable knight on c6, a fantastic rook on e6, defending the knight on c6. And White has a bishop, which I must say that it's not so powerful in this position anymore. It can go to c5, it can sometimes go to b6, attack the a5 pawn, but Black is just having a fantastic stability in his position. And the only thing he has to be looking after, that king h7, he cannot move because of bishop f8. But if he's not doing anything really, he just pushes, let's say, his pawn to h4, g5. And I must say that in this position, I wouldn't have been surprised if Black is playing on just a little bit.
Wow.
If, let's say, Sergei is 22 years old and not 30 or something, what he is now, maybe he would be having more fighting spirit. But I think Magnus would play on with Black. How many games he won, that it was difficult or equalish or whatever, and it's okay, you know what, I don't have any problem now. And I see some possibilities, and okay, drawish, but you suffer psychologically that you screwed up your good position. And why not to play on?
But there's still a psychological element that you kind of highlighted. One of the benefits in White's position was that the Black pawn was on a5, it's on a dark square, and you know, maybe there's some fear that White will be able to gang up on this pawn, and
no, objectively it's equal, right?
Yeah.
But we know that equal is not equal to a draw. But of course, I think, well, they are playing already for 3.5 hours, and of course, Black was fighting for equality for the whole game. So it is a very logical result, and I think White offered a draw after rook c7. It's completely understandable that he accepted the draw offer, and now they have a few minutes of relaxation, and then they come back with the play of Armageddon as well. And well, of course, it's always interesting to follow the Armageddon games coming up.
Me too. I'm super excited to see how this one will pan out. I also just love finding out how the players prepare for their upcoming match, you know, because we just heard from Nepomniachtchi that he was just spent those 20 minutes just being cross with him, so how could he play so silly?
And this is a typical thing you shouldn't do, right?
Right.
So these are the things, how can you exclude all these emotional things which affects your behavior, your thinking, and you just cannot switch off your brain from all this tension which piled up from your previous game.
Exactly.
And even though we were talking and analyzing this game, and it was not such a straight way of where he missed really the winning move or anything like that, right? So he was just giving away his advantage slowly but surely. So until at some point he really gained advantage with Black, and after that he couldn't follow it up. And of course he must be unhappy with his play because of well, he's preparing to play the World Championship title match, and he can't afford those mistakes there.
No, definitely. And of course, every psychological victory is important. And we've had word that the Armageddon match will be played at 20:50, that's 10 to 9. And we were going to take a short pause in the meantime, and we'll see you after the break as we get ready for this wonderful game.
Yeah.
Hello everyone, and welcome to today's kitchen table talk that we have here in this amazing Danish design kitchen from H2H. And today we have with us the legendary Judit Polgar. Welcome, Judit.
Hi, it's nice to be here.
Judit Polgar, she's actually the greatest female chess player of all times. She won her first international tournament at age 9, and at age 15 she became the youngest grandmaster of all time during that time. She's won against several world champions such as Vishy Anand, Garry Kasparov, and Magnus Carlsen. And she was actually part of a human experiment even before she was born. Judit, can you tell us a little bit about that experiment?
Well, the main idea was for my father before he met my mom, that he wants to have 6 children, and definitely they are not going to be going school, and they are going to be specializing in one specific field. And then I was number 3 in the family. I have a 7-year-old older sister, Susan, so she was playing chess already by the time I started when I was 5. And also I have another sister, Sophia. She is a year and a half older. So it was very clear my path that I'm also going to be a chess player as they were already.
Yeah, and that really worked out well for all of you.
Yes, I can say that it worked out very well. I became the most successful in chess, but my sister Susan, she paved the road for me. She became the ladies' world champion as well. My other sister, women grandmaster, we won 2 times the Olympic championship for women, but I was mainly competing with the men guys in competition. I was in top 10.
Yeah, that's very impressive. And also, it must have been very challenging for you to be on such top level in a male-dominated sport. What was that really like for you?
To tell you the truth, it was something very natural for me because my parents always supported and believed in us and said that any girl can achieve the same result as a boy if they get the same circumstances, opportunities. And this is what and how they raised me. So most of my life I was playing in open section with men. Exception was the 2 Olympiad and 1 more girl youth championship. And so it was something very natural for me to play with boys and adults mainly. And with that mindset, I was able to motivate myself. And of course, I had people motivating me, my parents, my sisters, my coaches, later on my husband, and so on.
You're an inspiration to many, that's for sure, especially girls, I can assume. But now you're here in Stavanger, and you're here for the 2nd time. And you're doing commentary for the English webcast for Norway Chess. That's actually your 3rd time. Last year you did it from home because of the pandemic. But I know you're extremely busy, you have a lot of projects, and you rarely say yes to these types of jobs. So I'm interested in knowing why Norway Chess?
Actually, I do very seldomly these kind of commentaries. I do usually the World Championship title match. And the reason I accepted for the first time, because I knew that you and your team has a special vision and you want to bring chess to another level. So other people who are not chess players, they can also not only understand it, but I think moreover to appreciate the game and see the depths of it. Why can it be interesting for everybody? Of course, Magnus Carlsen supports all this because you have a fantastic world champion and he's always taking part also in this tournament. But I think it is a great example of what you do, that you do care a lot about the players, the circumstances of the playing hall, how they feel about themselves in Stavanger. So you pay attention for all the details, and it's more or less the same attitude I have when I do organize my own things. And of course also it's a very high quality, very top event by chess rating points and the quality itself. So this component together made me accept the invitation and be the commentator.
Yeah, we're very happy to have you back. But we know also that when you're not here in Stavanger, you're super busy with your own creation, your own educational chess program. And you also have a festival that you have yearly that's international. It's called the Global Chess Festival. Could you tell us a little bit about those projects?
Yeah, the educational project I have, it's already implemented in Hungary as an optional subject. It's the Judit Polgar's method. It's the chess palace for elementary school since 2013. So yearly about 40,000 kids are involved in the program, and it's growing continuously. We have our courses for teachers, which more or less 2,000 teachers took. We also have a preschool kindergarten program, which is running for 2017. We have a third part of the program of the method, is the chess PE, where we make the kids physically to move on a chessboard. And we do have the Judit Polgar's Global Chess Festival, which is running this year in October, just a month from now, October 9th. It's going to be the 7th edition, where we would like to highlight the depth, the beauty of chess, and the diversity of chess, how chess is connected as a sport, as to science, as to art, and of course to education. So education is always highlighted in this festival. This year we specifically make an educational chess summit, where many people will be traveling from abroad. And we have the focus actually this year on creativity and innovation.
And I know a lot of people travel to Budapest, where the festival is and where you're from, to attend the festival. But is it also possible for people to be part of the festival even if they can't travel?
Well, of course, these days traveling is a huge challenge. So we had to make sure after last year when we moved everything online, but this year for the first time we are making a hybrid version. So we are going to have the offline in the National Gallery in Budapest, and the other part which is going to be online, the stage programs will be streamed, and then we have another interactive program, other channel.
That's wonderful. I wish you all the best with the preparations for the festival, and all the best for your commentary here at Norway Chess.
Thank you very much.
Hello, we are back for the Armageddon match between Alireza Firouzja and Sergei Karyakin. So we saw in their classical match that Sergei Karyakin managed to extract himself from a rather tricky position. He even ended up putting his rook on a7, which is not something we see to be too often these days. And there we see Karyakin getting in the zone, ready for his Armageddon match. So now when it comes to the rules of Armageddon, Alireza Firouzja will have 10 minutes on the clock. Sergei Karyakin will only have 7 minutes on the clock. But it will be Sergei Karyakin who has draw odds. That means if the game finishes in a draw, it will be Sergei Karyakin that is declared the winner. Now, increment there is, but it's only 1 second per move, and it only kicks in after move 41. And there we see the 18-year-old get ready. And this will be his second. He's played 3 tie breaks so far. Sorry, Armageddon matches.
And game starts. B3. Aggressive start, right?
B3, cowboy stuff.
Yeah, things are fast.
Oh, yeah. And he's...
Knight F3. He took off his jacket after the classical game, so he's ready for the last few seconds.
And that means business, and he comes forward with his pawn, attacks the knight, knight moves. Okay, I'm just going to check my database to see how much of this is in the
Well, we can say that these are not main lines.
No, exactly.
And he made Karyakin think.
Yeah.
Well, bishop c5 looks to me a very normal move to be played.
Well, I can tell
but
you...
there are many other options.
Yeah, I can tell you that it has been played before. The highest rated player, of course, playing this opening with white, Richard Rapport.
Yeah, and now knight takes d4, takes, I don't know, I wonder if d5 will be the next move, or possibly c5 first. b6. This didn't come to mind for me as an obvious move, but it has a great logic actually to it, because the bishop will stand pretty well on b7, so supporting the e4 pawn also, if white will be playing g3 and put the fianchetto away his bishop.
Yeah.
And he plays g3. Black will be developing his bishop to b7.
And presumably white will then follow suit and play bishop g2.
Well, that will be definitely the next move. This is we are having on the board. So now the question is whether bishop e7 is going to be played, or d5, c5, d5 is also possible. But
I think bishop e7 looks
yeah, but
very
white
practical.
Wants to go knight c3, so bishop c5. Yeah.
Okay, well now we're in new territory, so the players are on their own from now on. So bishop c5 is natural.
It's quite a promising move, I think. I don't know, maybe bishop takes c5, takes, and d4, I would consider.
It makes sense to accelerate the play, especially because black can't actually capture the pawn. Another move, I mean, can white afford to step back with his bishop?
I would definitely take on c5, I think, because if white goes back, then I think black can just simply castle, and the bishop on c5 stands very well. If white goes a3, let's say, black will just go a5, stop the move b4, and white develops knight c3, black can go queen e7 or rook e8, and I really like the bishop on c5 and b7. But bishop b2 is on the board. And don't forget that he has to win the game. So there are moves sometimes made because there's no other choice.
Exactly, keep the tension. So you can often do that by just maintaining all the pieces on the board, as you say. So bishop b2 and
h5. I love this move.
In the style of Alpha Zero. And it's beautiful, because you know the most natural move on the board is actually to castle kingside, but if you do that, that could be potentially a ready-made attack.
Absolutely.
I probably would, what to do now.
I love this, that in the last years, simply h5 move and h4 move and g5, g4 kind of moves, it's just fashion. That's what you can say. Like, whenever it just comes to mind, go for it.
Right.
But even in classical game. But in rapid, absolutely.
Yeah.
There's so many occasions.
Okay, d4. Okay.
So
no hesitation. Bishop b4 check. Yep.
And bishop knight c3.
Okay. So I feel like now is the time for black to actually do something. So I would probably play
d5.
d5.
I will go d5. Because otherwise white is going to be moving d5. Well, h4 is possible,
Yeah,
and
h4.
after d5 probably you go h3.
h3 is the idea that I wanted.
And yeah, bishop on f1 not necessarily stands so well, but the d5 pawn is excellently standing over there. So probably black should be playing c6 or something. h4, your
on the
move.
board. Sometimes my guessing game is very good. But I still warn everyone.
Nobody can stop Sergei. I mean, he was having this passive position before, and now he says, okay, I don't want my rooks on a7 and stuff like that. I just want to push pawns, have activity.
Well, but I mean, I have to say, I mean, I have some sympathy because he spent the classical game like almost like a bird in a cage with his pieces, and he had to really work hard to get those knights out of their position and the rook out on a7. He managed, and here it's like he's a different person and he has the freedom to push forward. But also, okay, we do have a move. Pawn steps forward to e3.
So d5.
And now.
So you get one move, then I
get
another
move. Yeah.
And it's nice to have the pawn on h4 because otherwise maybe white would have gone h4 also.
But this feels like this is really a lovely position for black. Like black
it looks nice, yeah, but it's also kind of strange because white probably will castle long side, and he will be probably playing f3 at some point to break up the center on e4. Bishop c8.
Ooh.
Well, he wants to regroup his bishop, getting ready after long castle to play bishop g4.
But the bishop was potentially such a nice piece on b7. I mean, I felt it was supporting the center.
Yeah, but if there is no need to support anymore the center, because eventually black will capture the knight on c3, then the bishop can be much more useful on g4. And definitely it's a very unexpected move, which is
good because it will force Alireza to burn some time on the clock. And of course the players are playing without increment until move 41, upon which they will receive a very much appreciated 1 second per move. I mean, we laugh about it, but I mean, it really is. I mean, it makes the difference between winning and losing. And we saw yesterday that Richard Rapport was able to hold a very tricky position against Sergei. Okay, h3 played. Ooh.
H takes g3.
H takes g3 immediately. And suddenly the dark squares are super weak against on the white's king side.
Well, now if it's logical that he went c6, because if black would gone bishop d6, for example, then white is capturing on d5 with the knight or the pawn, and the white king would just go out and the e4 pawn would be in trouble. So that's why c6 was played to support the pawn chain there.
But we have queenside castles from Alireza Firouzja, so, you know, it seems to be a trademark. The players are playing rather risky chess, and now bishop e6.
And knight e2. Actually, this knight should have been taken.
Yeah. I mean, now the knight is going to head to f4 and...
Yeah, I think that knight had to be taken. But okay, a5 now. On the other side, Sergei is trying to put some pressure on the queen side after a5, a4. But I think...
is it now the time to...
Well, if now white wants to go c5 to close the bishop's route, then he can go a4, and after a3 he has the intermediate move of a takes b3. So this is what he wants to do. And he was just ignoring e5 and he went knight f4. a4, he will just leave it that way, I believe. Playing king b1 maybe.
King b1 is a nice safe move.
But, well, yeah, it's not sure it's so good. Maybe queen d7. It has an option also later on, after exchanging on b3, to double on the a file with the queen on a7.
Yeah.
It will be a different a7 square in this game.
But the benefit of putting the king on b1 is that you can now open up the c line and line up the rook and the queen. And if you are in trouble, then swap off queens.
Yeah.
So Alireza thinking, just over 4 minutes on the clock, whilst Sergei Karyakin has just exactly 3.5 minutes.
I wonder if he's going to be taking on a4, you know. It looks like a risky move, but it's also not nice to leave it that king b1 is done. A b3 and queen captures back.
Wow. Okay.
Bishop d6.
Bishop d6, and now
C takes d5.
C takes d5. Now pawn takes d5, and it's an argument for
well, I think
trying
black
to
has
initiate your operations
nice
on the king side.
Black has a nice position, and finally he castled. I mean, the bishops of white, they're absolutely not something he can be proud of. I mean, one bishop is, but actually he wants to sacrifice it. That was his plan, if black would be going away with his knight. And now things are getting shuffled up. Bishop is going to g5 or h6. Now actually it's a big question where the bishop is moving away. h6.
It's h6.
Keeping the attack over the e3 pawn.
Oh, and he takes the pawn. I thought he would leave that pawn there, actually, and just use it as a shield.
Well, for now, the bishop on g2 stands very badly, and it doesn't seem that it's going to have too much of a play. Because...
oh, well, hang on a second.
Oops,
bishop takes
that
pawn.
was a blunder. Yeah.
King stands on an open diagonal. Wow.
Yeah, and now this is the problem, d5. And suddenly one bishop is sacrificed and the other one is giving the discovered check from b2. So this was a blunder by Sergei. Which still, I don't know, but the problem is not necessarily only the pawn, but more the bishop broke out from this passive situation.
The beast has awakened. So rook checks, the king hides, and now, okay, we see some retreats, but suddenly it is black's king that is in complete danger. And, okay, still not so much time on the clock for both sides.
And it's not so easy with white either to how to continue this, because the b2 bishop is still completely out of sight completely.
It's a good defensive piece, though.
It's a defensive piece, definitely. That's what it's good for. Rook a7 will come, I think, doubling the a file, possibly.
Yeah, but, you know, black's king is a little bit weak, so, okay, bishop takes pawn. Wow. I didn't expect that. I thought that was a bit too much.
Rook e1, I don't know, something is
Rook e1, bishop h6, and oh, it's beginning to creak a little bit. I felt that was
queen d1, very interesting idea, just to go over to the other side in 2 moves to queen h5 attack.
Fantastic backward move from Alireza Firouzja with the queen. This is very difficult to spot.
Very unpleasant move for black. Queen, bishop d7, queen h5 will appear in a second on the board.
Yeah.
Of course.
Of course.
What else?
There's nothing else to say about that.
What else? We all knew that it will happen. Okay. And now, of course, next move is what Sergei has to be taking care of. Rook g1 and rook g7, immediate mate, and also on g6, the other rook can show up. By the way,
there's also
even already rook a7 might be a threat.
Exactly. Rook
Not
e7,
yet, but there are...
Definitely something there, and yeah. So this is why Sergei moves forward with his rook to f6, and now the rook's double on the g line.
It does not look good. Because
rook
g7 is the mate, and queen goes there, then rook g6 immediately. So probably queen f8. Yeah, that's the only move, it seems.
Okay, but what's the stop?
But maybe bishop c1 is the win, and after queen b4, then rook goes to b2. captures and then captures. Queen on g1 check.
Yeah.
Sorry. But maybe white can just play bishop c3 because of this, and then bishop d2.
Oh, I was thinking a3 or something.
Bishop c1 is done.
Okay.
And maybe king a1.
But then the queen will come to c3 check.
And bishop b2, queen d3, rook g7. So now they just repeated a move, but they did not win 1 extra second each because they did not reach 40 yet. Otherwise, it would have been a very important move.
Okay.
Repetition, a3, taking away the square from the queen. Very difficult for black. Rook c8, very logical that he wants to sacrifice it, right?
Yep.
Though I think still bishop c1 is a winning move, because after bishop c1, rook takes, queen a3. No?
It gets messy.
No,
I was thinking bishop takes. No, but
bishop
it's a check.
f5, bishop f5
It's
takes.
check.
Yeah, yeah. So okay.
Okay, he plays his rook to g6.
Rook g6.
Is there bishop e8?
Ooh, isn't bishop f5 coming? Not yet, right?
So bishop f5
No,
looks
very
looks
beautiful
good.
defense. But what about what about rook f6? That's what's happening. Bishop f5 check.
Bishop f5, yeah.
But then black defends. Okay, so this rook f5. Look at this move. But then king h8 and look at the b2 bishop. This ruins the whole party for white.
Well, we're yet to things are really heating up here. So
Well, still white has a pawn up.
exactly, and still has the slightly better pieces.
Rook f3. The tension is only growing. Alireza has 27 seconds, while Sergei has 45.
But now we're
And
on
now
move
they
41, and they have that vital
second the
1
move.
second increment per move. It's not much time, but okay, the king moves to g7, and now bishop.
Exchange of bishops going
rook,
to be
rook is going to step back to
f5, taking on h3.
or maybe take on h3.
Take on h3, takes on b6. Suddenly again a pawn up for white, and very difficult for black because the a-passed pawn will really run as fast as possible.
And Sergei putting his bishop on e3.
Yes, because he
He
wants to
go
get
rook
some
h4.
counter attack over there. But bishop d4.
Bishop takes now bishop takes pawn.
Yeah, because I think he blundered it after rook b4, rook h1
Rook
check.
h1 check, yeah.
And
now
then it's going to be a draw. He just blundered that, takes,
Bishop takes
and
bishop.
rook goes back to h6 or h8 after the king moves to the center. And this is not going to, there's no way that Sergei is not defending this position. It's just going to go under the pawn at a7, and the king is just going to the center. And
Yeah.
it's just...
and maybe even Sergei can even think about pushing his own pawn. And when the time
but
comes,
it's
sacrificing
irrelevant
rook.
because practically he goes d3, he gives up his own pawn, but it seems like, of course, Alireza is the fighter. He will go until 2 kings on the board, and king b4. This is kind of funny, and you know that was a trap. That was a trap, that if not king d3, but you take on a7,
yes, and then you
blunder.
check.
Yeah. So it's a draw, which means that Sergei won today's match and collected the 1.5 point, while Firouzja only collected 1.
Gosh, what a topsy-turvy game.
So I just want to show to our audience who has such a perseverance to join us and still watching us. It's in this position. I mean, but what a tricky guy, Alireza. I mean, look at this. After king b5, d2, rook a1. After king d4, he doesn't go king b6, but goes king b4, where suddenly if black just loses his mind and takes, because he thinks that it's going to be a queen, then he would be losing to rook d7.
Yeah. And we are going to take a short break here in the studio as we get ready for an interview with game winner Sergei Karyakin.